Hello developers and welcome to PHP with MySQL 2022. Build PHP and MySQL projects. I am Muhammad Hassan. I'm going to be your host and instructor for this course. I have taught thousands of students in the last 2 years coding from PHP to MySQL to web technologies like HTML and CSS and some other revolutionary technologies. So in this course I'm going to show you how to build simple, mini, yet practical projects with PHP, MySQL, Bootstrap, jQuery and Ajax and all of that. So you're gonna have fun in this course actually, and you're gonna learn a lot. So the purpose of this course is really simple. There is a bunch of purposes that we have over here. Well, first of all, you might be in the tutorial hell. You might be like watching too many videos about the basics and all of that of the previous technologies that I just said. So you don't actually need to watch those videos once again. You don't need to watch many of the basics videos for these technologies. You can just go ahead and build mini projects with me in this course that will actually train your abilities and help you map your way out of the tutorial hell so you can get going with your web development career. So the third point that we have over here was debugging and coding style. So basically you're going to learn how to debug your code, how to fix it and how to style your own code, and you're going to to learn a lot of things about the styling and all of that. So we have the fourth point right over here, which is applying what you have learned. When you watch too many videos about programming, there is just about the basics. There is just repeating everything all over again, over and over again. So you're gonna just apply what you've learned, and you will start thinking like a real programmer, and this is when everything just starts to click. Alright, so and also we are going to explore web development further by designing stuff, integrating libraries, using Composer, which is a PHP package manager. So we are going to actually implement something in the real world. So now to the projects. Well, first of all, we have this project right over here, which is going to teach you how to deal with password hashing, how to deal with validations, and it's basically building an authentication system. So this is one of the main parts of every website that we have now. It's one of the main parts of every mobile application and all of that. So it should teach you a lot of things. And of course, we will implement this with MySQL and Bootstrap also on PDO, so you will train those too. And after that, we are going to build a comments system with Ajax. We're actually in this project specifically, we're going to implement a posting system first, and then we're going to build a comment system on top of it. So we'll actually make a lot of mistakes. We're going to have fun, and we're going to solve them together, and you are going to learn a lot about Ajax and jQuery and some design stuff like that. So this should be a lot of fun. So we have the next project right over here, which is creating a rating system. And the rating system is part of every web e-commerce website, stuff like that. It allows the user to rate the products that you have on your website, stuff like that. So we will actually do a lot of we will do a lot of design. Maybe we will actually use a jQuery plugin, alright, for the design. But other than that, we're actually gonna build the whole thing from scratch. I'm going to show you how to deal with databases and how to deal with Ajax and jQuery requests and all of that, validations and stuff like that. So it's going to be really interesting. So for the fourth project, we're actually dealing with an API. We're gonna look at some new concepts in PHP, or actually in the web development, or in actually programming, which is the API. So basically you are gonna have fun. This one, you are gonna set up our own API SDK or anything like that. We are gonna set up our API. We are gonna pull the data from it and all this good stuff. And after that, we are gonna build a cool like and dislike system. So basically, if you look at like social media like Facebook, Instagram, anything like that, you all have this common functionality of actually the like and the dislike system. And of course, this is one of the main things that we are going to also do some jQuery and Ajax. So after that, we are gonna deal with files in PHP and MySQL. So we're gonna build some kind of form that will actually allow us to create a CV dynamically. Alright, so we are gonna set up the template for the CV. We are gonna install, you know, the PDF library that will allow us to deal with files in PHP. So this should be a lot of fun. It should also teach you how to start dealing with Composer. So basically that's it for the intro. I hope that you guys liked it, and see you inside. So in the next two videos, we're actually going to install Exam, which is a server runner or a server software, and VS Code. So if you have both of those already, you don't need to watch the next two videos. You can just skip them right away. Alright, and this is all I have for this video, and just keep learning. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and what's going on? So we are going to start installing our XAMPP server right here, so we can get started with this course. Okay, if you Google XAMPP, a link like this should appear. I'm now on my virtual machine. If this is sound a little confusing to you, okay, yeah, it's kind of weird, but I don't want to install it, uninstall it and then reinstall it back on my main machine. Okay, now we're over here on the Apache server, on the apachefriends.org, and we can download right here. You can download any one of these. You know, there is no actual difference between the first three, but you don't want to be downloading the fourth one because this is PHP 8, and we're working on PHP 7 right here. And if you have this question like why don't we work on the 5th version, it's also popular. I would say there are not many differences between the 5th version and the 7th version. Okay, and the 7th version comes with a lot of great features. It's more modern and I like it a lot, so we are going to be working with it. Okay, so now you go ahead and press on download. Okay, this is kind of slow. You can speed up this video if you press on download right here. I'm gonna be working with the 7.4.1, and now it should be downloaded right here. Okay, I don't know why the panel didn't pop up. It should be popping up at your computer right now. Maybe I'm disconnected or anything like that, but if it didn't pop up, you can click right here. Sounds kind of weird. If you click right here, it will get you to the SourceForge, the sourceforge.net, and you can download it right here. Okay, it's really easy and simple to download, just like any other program. Now I have it over here on my network. Of course, this will not be the case for you. Just because I'm on my virtual machine, it should be right here. Okay, so all you have to do is just click on it, and you notice that I have 7.4.2. Okay, there are not any differences. You know, they're not very big differences between 7.4, 7.4, 7.3, or anything like that. They're basically the same thing. So if we click on it,
I told you this is going to be kind of slow, so speed it up a little. Okay, I want to install this. Come on. Okay, I don't know if I should stop the recording right now. Okay, this is getting really boring right here. So let me stop it and get back to you. This whole virtual machine thing is okay. Now I got my panel right here. If I click OK and next, and now here is our tools inside our XAMPP. This for the server we have Apache right here. I cannot uncheck this. You can see right here because this is mandatory. You cannot uncheck it, and of course you need the server. And in the programming languages you have PHP. Of course you cannot uncheck it. And in the program languages, of course, you have PHP MyAdmin right there. So, and you have a lot of other tools like MySQL, FileZilla, which is concerning with uploading your files to a host or anything like that. Okay, but I don't like to uncheck any of this. You can go ahead and click next with me, and it will be saved in C file, C folder, or the C drive, and click next. Okay, please select a different folder. Okay, so I actually installed it on my C a while back ago, so I will just go ahead and delete it. Okay, so now if I click next, we'll go ahead and to the next panel right here, and we need to uncheck this, next, and then next. Okay, now this could take a couple of minutes to install, so I will just get back to you in a couple of minutes. So now we're back again after the installation is done or nearly done. So it says right here, do you want to start a control panel now? And I'm going to uncheck this, and this is because I want to start the control panel as an administrator, so it can run in the background every time we start our computer. Okay, so if we run it, if we check this and run it, it will just you will have to run it every time you start your computer, and this is really annoying. We need to run it in the background, without having to run it all over again every time we start our PC. Okay, so I'm going to uncheck this and click on finish, and now if you go to your C drive like this, if you go to your XAMPP, it will be in the C drive. Okay, now if I go over here and start my XAMPP control as administrator, okay, and now you can choose whatever you want, but I will just go with English. Save. Now it should start up the panel. Come on. Okay, there you go. And now if this is red, you will have to click on it, so it will turn green, and this will be also red if you wanna click on it, so it will be green. Just just install your services, but they're here installed. I don't know how that happened, but it can happen sometime. But now if we go ahead and click on start like this should start the Apache server. Okay, and now it started right there. And if we click on this also this the PHP MyAdmin the PHP MyAdmin tool, which is an interface for managing databases, is also run. Here is our ports. Okay, this is 3306 and this one is 8443. Okay, if we go ahead and click on admin, this should trigger a page right here that will open up our page. Okay, this is kind of slow, so I will just stop my video right here, and in the next one we are going to start the server and work on our course. Okay, so sorry for the inconvenience and the slow recording and all of this. I'm really sorry, and in the next one we are going to work on our course. So see you in the next.
So in this one I'm going to show you how to install the Visual Studio Code, which is the text editor that we are going to be using. And probably if you're watching this, maybe like 99% of you guys have already like set up this this program. Okay, and if you did, just leave just follow along, you can skip this video, whatever you like. So basically I have it down here, but if you wanna, I have already installed it, but if you look up down here, Visual Studio Code, you go over here, click on this link, you can click on download for Windows. Now it's gonna like show you how to download. It gives you like a Visual Studio Code. So if you click on save, it's actually going to be downloaded. So I actually downloaded it, so I'm going to cancel it, and I have it over here on my desktop, and you're gonna click I accept this agreement, next, and I'm not gonna add it to the path. So I'm gonna go ahead. If you want to create like a desktop icon or anything, it's basically like a simple program like any other program that you set up. And now if I click on install, I'm gonna be like installing this like Visual Studio Code. And if you go up over here, you can after you install it, you can look it up and it will show up right here, and you can open the Visual Studio app. You can start coding with me. And of course, if you have like a PHP store, if you have like Sublime like I have one over here, if you have text plus, it's all fine. All of them will do the trick. I don't want to like click install because I've already have my Visual Studio Code right here. It will override this one that I already have, and I have a lot of settings and extensions, so I don't want to like to set up all of that again. So I'm just going to cancel, but you will click on install and it will install it right away for you. So yeah, I hope I will be like this one. This one is so simple, and as I said, every text editor will do the trick. So thanks for this one, and see you. So in the next couple of videos, we are going to actually go ahead and create an authentication system. Alright, so you need to know MySQL and PDO, and a little bit of Bootstrap would help. Again, probably HTML and CSS. Alright, so just go ahead and follow along with me and enjoy. So this is just a simple video to let you know that actually the files that we are going to be using is going to be in the resources for this video. Okay, just check it out so you can get going with this course, because we are going to be using a Bootstrap code that I
that I designed myself before this this course. All right, and final word, just look up the file resources and you will find all the HTML files. Okay, and keep going.
So now we can just go ahead and start with our own project. And before that, I want to introduce the design for you, because we're not gonna create everything from scratch. Already the design and these stuff, like, I already did them for you, so you can just take them and start coding our own backend right away. Right, so we have like 3 files down over here. Actually have them in the htdocs. Just go ahead and create a folder inside the htdocs, or yeah, you can actually take them right away, but you are going to create a folder and you are going to put these inside this folder auth-system. All right, so basically we have like an includes file, and this like has our own header and our own footer file. So basically, instead of just going and including like writing this whole thing on every page that we have, because of course we need these links down here, because this is like bootstrap stuff we should be including, so our design will work just fine. So instead of writing all of these things over and over and over again, I actually went ahead and put them in a header, and we are going to be including this header at every file that we're working with. Right, and of course created a file down here. So if we look at the index.php, you can see that we now have the header and we have the footer down here. We require this file, so this file, the design inside it should work just fine. Alright, and if we look to login.php, you can see that it's a simple page down here. We have the header, of course, and we have the footer, and it has just one form down here, so we can process our own login backend. Right, and we also have the register.php file. Alright, down here, and of course we have like some kind of form that will do the register for us, and it has like a couple of inputs, and it has a button down over here, right? And it has this link, so the user, if he doesn't actually have an account, he can go ahead, if he has an account, he can go ahead and log in right away. All right, so basically after you go ahead and write localhost auth-system or any other name that you want to write, can go ahead and go to the login.php, and you will find this page. The page looks like this. So basically, if we go to like index, you can see that our page only has like the word hello. It's just like, and this is like only what we have for now, right? We have it right here, hello from index, and if we refresh this, you can see that it says hello from index. So basically everything is working, everything is great, the design looks fine. Okay, nothing is broken. So now we need to take care of our own config file, and the config file is basically the basis of every project. All right, so we need to like connect to our database. We need to set some credentials so we can connect to our own database, and we can start working with our own project. All right, so if we go ahead now and create config.php, right, and if we go ahead and set our own credentials, PHP, maybe the first thing that we need to do is host is equal to almost always local host, and the second thing is the DB name, which is we did not create it. We did not create just yet. So if we go like auth-system, and if we go for the next one, it's going to be like the username, So if we actually go user is equal to, and my user name is root, okay, it's almost always root, and for the password, which is the last thing, we can go word is equal to, and my password is nothing. Okay, this might be different view, and this is the password for PHP MyAdmin, and this is the username for PHP MyAdmin. Alright, so now we have our own 4 credentials. We can go ahead and just connect to our own database, and we need to create a folder. We need to create a variable for this, which is connection. Right, so we can like take an instantiation or an object from the PDO class. Alright, and this is the PDO that we are going to be using to connect to our own database. Okay, it's a technology inside PHP. It's already built in for us. And we can go, well, first of all, we need the, the kind or the type of database that we are working with, and we're working with MySQL, of course, and colon, and now we need, the host, which is the second thing. Right, host is equal to our own variable up there, and we are gonna end this with like a semicolon, and after that we need like the DB name, which is equal to the DB name, and we need the semicolon, and now we can get out of this and write our own, and we get our own, our own second parameter, which is user, and the third parameter for this is going to be pass. Alright, so I'm guessing that will work just fine. If we go ahead now, and if we just test this, do a little test, we're going to see if connection is equal to true, and that means that our connection to the database is working. We are going to echo out working, it's working fine, else echo out connection is wrong, error. And if we save all of this, let's go ahead and test this out. We are gonna go right away config.php, and if we go ahead, you can see that down here it says unknown database auth system at line 17, and that's of course because we did not like create our own database. And if you go to PHP MyAdmin that we already installed inside, and it of course comes inside our own exam. Okay, it comes integrated with exam. Just go ahead, localhost /php myadmin /index.php, and we can go ahead now and create our own database. So we can actually go down here and create, and this is how we create our own database. It's extremely easy. Now if you go down here and refresh this, you can see it's working fine. If you don't see it, here it is. So the database connection is working perfectly. Right, so I'm guessing that that's it for this video. Might be short, I don't know. It's not that short, but in the next one we are gonna go ahead and start with the registration page. And until this time, see you. So now we're back again with another video, and in this one we're going to take care of the registration page. And this might take, this might take a while, okay, but you will enjoy it. So basically we've done with this page down here. So if we go to register.php, you can see that we have our own form down here. So if we go over here, and we need to include our own config or require our own config, so we can actually go ahead and use the config or the connection variable. the connection object so we can start working with our own database. So we're gonna say require config.php. So now we can start right away working with our own backend. We can process our own logic down here. So basically we want to go, we need when the user clicks on the button down here, you know, let's say we are gonna go to register.php. We wanna tell the user, alright, so we wanna tell the user when he clicks on this button down here, we get these data from the inputs and insert it into our own table that we are going to be creating, but not now. Okay, we are going to be creating in the next couple minutes. So we want to take every input that he gave us, every data and every input, and we want to insert it inside our own table. All right, so how exactly are we going to do this? So first of all, we need to check for the submit, or we need to check for this click. So we are gonna go set, you know, post. We're going to use the post global because this is like a post, this is like a form down here with the method post. All right, now this is why we are going to do a post down here, and we need to do actually an action for the form, and we are going like, the action refers to the the page that's processing this form, and the page, of course, it's the same page, which is, you know, which is register.php, which is only makes sense because we're processing the logic for the form in the same page. So basically we want to say if is said post that's coming from the button down here, and we need to set a name for this one, and the name is going to be submit. All right, and we are gonna check, we need to set this, and we need to write the name submit in order to write the word submit down here because we are checking for a submit. All right, so if we go down here, so basically we're saying if the user clicked on this button down over here, we need to be doing something. Well, first of all, we need to check if the user actually wrote something in the inputs, okay, because he might just not write anything in any inputs actually, and it means that we are going to insert empty inputs which is just invalid, and this is not what we want. We want the user to enter something that's valid, to enter some data so we can actually go ahead and process it. All right, so we are gonna check for input, you know, for empty input by saying if post, which is a super global that takes some kind of data from an input when we process a form, and we want to say if post first of all name email is equal to nothing, and post username is equal to nothing, and post password is equal to nothing. Actually, we are going to keep it or. So we are saying if any one of those is equal to nothing, we are going to go ahead and displays some kind of message down here. So we are gonna go echo out some inputs are empty. Alright, else we are gonna do something else. So basically what we've done down here, if we just all what we did in this code, if we're checking for some kind of click on this button down over here, okay, using the name that we just give, we are singling this name down here from the form into our post sober global. So we're saying if the email, if the input with the name email is empty, or the input with the username, which we actually don't have. Alright, so this is going to be like user name, and this is going to be user name. Alright, this is going to be text, and now the placeholder is going to be username maybe. Alright, so now we have it down over here, and we're saying if the post with the user name is the input with the username is empty, or the input with password, which we are gonna go ahead and give it a name now. Is also, if it's also empty, okay, if it's equal or it's identical to nothing, we are gonna go ahead and like tell the user that some of the inputs that he entered is actually empty, which is not what we want. Alright, so if we actually just go ahead and try this for now, so I'm guessing that everything is working fine. We have like the message post and we have the action, and everything is working great. If we save all of this, and if we refresh now, you can see that we have 3 inputs, and this is like the one that we created. If we actually go ahead and click on sign in, if we refresh now, and maybe we will write something down here, and if we go sign in, yeah, it's actually an email. And now let's click. You can see that it's giving us down here some inputs are empty, which is true, right? So let's just go ahead and type something in each one of them, and if we go sign in, and you can see that it's giving us nothing because we did not do anything at the else down over here. And this is what we are gonna do if we write he filled all the inputs. We are gonna go ahead and process our own data, and we need like to go ahead now and take the data from the inputs, and for this we are gonna go email is equal to post sober global, and we are gonna take the email data that he just entered, and we're going to do the same with the username and password. Now we can go ahead and do our own query right away. Maybe we'll call it insert, and let's use our own connection. Let's go with a prepare. Now let's open this so we can go ahead and insert it, insert into, and we are going to call our own table users, and this is like basically this is clean MySQL. If you know MySQL, you are going like this should be a piece of cake for you. So insert into users, and now let's go ahead and write our own columns. The first column is email, second column is username, the second column that we are going to be doing is my password. Let's call it this because the word password, I guess, it's already a word, or it's already a keyword in MySQL, so we're going to avoid this and write in my password. And we are gonna now specify our own values. We're gonna go values, and we are gonna go and we are gonna put some handlers down over here, okay, which is just one of the good features of the prepare function. We're gonna do some handlers down here, and then we are going to execute them with our own data, and this will like protect your inputs, okay, from harmful stuff and things like that. So if you go username, my password, this is like PDO stuff, okay, password, and now I'm guessing that's actually done. So we need to go ahead now and execute this. So insert, gonna go ahead and execute this, and inside this we are gonna do an array, and for the array we are gonna go ahead and assign every array that we have to the actual data that we're actually getting from the database. All right, now we can actually go ahead and now write the variables that we already did. We can go in the username, right, and we can go for the password, and this of course my password, and this is going to be password, and we actually need to go ahead and hash it. And I want to hash the password just in case if somebody hacked your database, anything like that. If you actually went ahead and he hacked it, he will go ahead to your tables and he will find the password hashed or encrypted, so he cannot actually steal the credentials of your users, so he cannot use the credentials to log in because he doesn't have the real password. Okay, so I'm gonna go with password hash function, which is a really cool function in order to go ahead and hash our own database. So the first parameter it needs like the password that the user already entered, and it needs also this value that we are going to be doing, which is password default, which will hash our own password the default way. All right, so I'm guessing that that's actually it for the execute. All right, so but what we basically did for now is we went ahead and we checked for submit. We checked that if our own inputs down here are, if they are empty, we are gonna go ahead and display some kind of message to tell the user to process or actually to tell the user that some inputs are empty. He enters some data into our inputs, and if he entered data in the 3 inputs and he did not leave 1, we're gonna go ahead and take this data and we're gonna like process it with some query down here. We're gonna insert into users email username, my password, and we have our own email username and my password, which is just handlers down here, and we already assigned our own data, email username, and we hashed our own password. And of course in the next video I'm going to show you how to dehash this in the log n. All right, so it's now perfect. I'm guessing that all what we need to do now is just go ahead and create our own table. All right, so now we have the name. Make sure that everything is spelled right, and we have the name, which is password, and we have the name for the input, which is submit, and it's a type of submit down here. Alright, so everything is working perfect, everything is great. If we save all of this, go ahead now and get our own table going. We go users, and maybe we need like 5 columns, and maybe for the next one is going, for the first one is going to be ID. Let's keep it for 3 for the length, and we can go auto increment primary. If we go email, and if we go for the next one, username, and if we go for the third one, which is my password, alright, then we're going to keep this varchar. Let's give it also for the length 200, and maybe for the last one we're going to keep it created at, which is, you know, just the history, sorry, not the history, the date. So we're going to set it to timestamp, and for the default value down here we're going to set it to current timestamp, which will actually get the date on the fly once we create a record in this table users. It's going like to set it that enter, or actually to give us the current date that's created, that this row is created in. So if we go save, oh, maybe something is wrong, I don't know. And now it's processing. Okay, I don't know why it already told me that it already exists, but now it's working. Everything looks good. And let's refresh one time. And now if you go ahead for the email and write in user.x at email.com, now let's go ahead and type in user.x, and for the password I'm just gonna copy the email real quick and go sign in, and you can see that we got to the same page. So let's go ahead and go browse. We actually created our own first user. If you look up over here, we got the email, and we got the username, and we got our own password down here, which is hashed. So if actually hacked this, if somebody hacked your own database, he will not access the passwords down here, so he will not be able to register, or actually to log in, sorry, as one of your users. All right, so I'm hoping that you're not confused by this whole thing. It's really simple. Once you understand the super globals and how to use the password functions and how to do a query, everything's basically easy. It's a piece of cake if you look at it. So this is it for this one. I'm sorry that this video is long or something, and see you in the next video. So now we're back once more, and in this one we are going to be doing our login. So if you go to the login page down here, this page will appear. This page will show up. Alright, so basically we want to do if the user gets on here and he enters some kind of email and a password, we are going to be removing the username down here. We will need an email and a password. So he basically enters both of those two data down here and these two inputs. And if you click on sign in, we're gonna go ahead and redirect the user to the index page. Of course, if the username and the email are the correct ones that we actually have in our database down over here. Alright, so what we need to do this is to just go ahead to our login page. So basically we're done with the register, and if we go to login.php, we're gonna of course find our own form and find require header and the require footer. If we close this, if we look down here, let's remove this for now, and
we can say login, and we can remove, we don't need the username for now. For now we don't even need it. Alright, so let's go ahead and now do our own logic. So we actually need the config file. We go ahead and copy and paste, so that's fine. Now what do we need to get our login going? So basically what we are going to need is basically the data from the user. Okay, so we're going to check for the submit, and then we are going to take the data and do the query. Alright, and after we do our own query, we are going to execute. And after the execute, we are going to do the fetch the data with the fetch function with PDO, of course. And after the fetch, we are going to check for the row count. And of course, if you don't understand this, I'm going to explain everything just in a minute. And after the row count, we are gonna go ahead and use the password verify function to actually check for the right password. So the row count, we are going to use it to check for the email, and the password verify to check for the password down here. And of course that only makes sense, and that only logical, because we need both of them to be the right one, so in order for the user to log in. Alright, so this is basically what we are going to be doing. Alright, so it might sound complicated at first, but just follow along with me and focus, pay attention. Alright, so basically we want to go if is set. Let's check actually if we have our own button down here and it doesn't have the name, and we need the name because this is what we are going to be checking when we submit. The name is going to be submit. Alright, so we're gonna say post submit, just like what we did at the register page. And if the user clicks on the button, we are gonna go ahead and now do something to it. So basically we want to go if we're going to check if the inputs are empty or not. If post email, we did not write our own name, email, and we also need one for the password, and this one is going to be password. Alright, so sounds great. And so we're gonna say email is equal to nothing, and or not and. Let's copy this real quick, and we're saying in the email if the password is equal to nothing, we are gonna go ahead now and copy our own. Now let's copy this right away. Maybe we'll change it in the future to some kind of alert. We want to say that some inputs are empty, so if either the email input is empty or the password is empty, we're gonna say that you have some inputs that are empty. Enter something so we can actually go ahead and process it. So if none of those are empty, we are gonna move to the next block, which is else. So basically in this block we're gonna grab our own data, and we are gonna see email. I'm gonna grab the post, of course, email, and let's copy this. Can say password,
password, and we need to go ahead now and do our own query. So we're gonna call it login and it's equal to connection, and we have down here our own query. We can say select all from the users table where email is equal to the email that we actually have down here. Right, so we're only checking for the email, and the password is going to be in a minute. Right, so we're saying select all from users where the email down here is equal to the email that the user actually entered. All right, and we're gonna close this, and in order for this to work and to be complete, we're gonna go ahead and log in, execute, and now we're gonna go ahead and fetch it. I'm gonna say data is equal to login fetch, and we're gonna say PDO fetch underscore, and we're gonna fetch it as an associative array, so we're going to say ESSOC. All right, so that's basically it for the fetch down over here. All right, so after that we actually need to go ahead now and do our own row count. So in order for us to fully check for the email, we're going to do the row count, and the row count function is basically a function that returns a certain number based on some query or based on the query that you are giving it. So basically it returns a certain number based on the number of rows that this query is going to affect. So this query is going to affect only one row. All right, and we're checking, because we're checking of course for one email per time. We can actually use it for like if we go ahead and insert maybe another certain scenario for this. Let's say we go ahead and insert like 7 or 6 rows, or we update 7 or 6 rows in our database. If we use the row count for this, it will return the number 7, or it will return the number 6. So basically it will return what the certain query or the query that you're giving it, it will return the number of the rows that this query affected. So let's say how this would work, and we're going to say if login row count is greater than 0, we're gonna go ahead now and do something. So we're saying if the login query down here is returning any value that's bigger than 0, we want to go ahead and check for something, and it only will return a number that's greater than 0 when the email when the email that the user entered is the same email, or is an email that's valid in our own table. All right, and that only makes sense, right? And it will only return the number 1. Okay, so I'm going to actually test for something, and I'm going to show you how this works. So I'm going to echo out actually the login row count, so I can show you that actually it's returning 1. All right, so let's save all of this. If we go ahead now and enter an email that's in our database, this should return, it will return the number 1. All right, and if it doesn't, it will not actually return anything. All right, so if we go ahead, refresh this whole thing, and let's go down here, and we have only one email. Let's copy it real quick, and let's go ahead down over here, and let's type anything in the password. If we sign in, we can say maybe we did something wrong. Let's go to the login. Yeah, if we look down here, the form, yeah, we forgot to do our method. Of course, that's why the data is rendered in the link in the URL down here. If you look up, okay, and this shouldn't happen. We should process our own form, and this shouldn't be happening. So we're gonna see the post is the method is post, and the action is equal to the current page, which is login.php. All right, so let's go back now, and let's just copy it. We're not gonna do an if just for now. We need to copy, we need to echo out our own row count. So let's save all of this. I want to just show you that it's actually returning a number. So if we copy this email, if we go down here, and maybe we'll say we have any email that you can, any password, just write in anything, and let's say sign in. You can see that's actually giving us our and the number one down here, which means that it's actually we actually have an email with this email that we entered into our own database, and that means that it affects one row down here in this query. Okay, this query is affecting only one row, but if we go and entered like any kind of email that we don't have, let's say gmail at gmail, which of course an email that we don't have, if we copy it and enter anything inside the password, and if we say sign in, because we cannot leave the password empty, or this will be triggered, and we don't want to trigger this. So if we go sign in, you can see that's giving us 0, because of course the Gmail that we entered, or the email that we entered, is not it's not in our table users down here. Okay, so I hope that all of this made sense. So if we now go back, and we're saying if the login row count is greater than 0, we want to go ahead now, and that means that the email is valid. We want to go ahead now and check for the password. So how exactly are we going to check for our own password? The user, when he comes in and he's going to enter his password, of course it's going to be a raw password that's like numbers, signs, characters and stuff like that, just like here in the email. Okay, but if we look down here, we only have the hash. So how are we going to do this? We are going to use the password verify function, and the password verify function will take the raw password that the user entered, the human friendly password that he entered, and it's going to hash it, and it's going to match it or compare it to our own password that we have into our own database. All right, and that's what we are going to be writing down over here. So we're saying if password, we look down here, we say we have the password verify, and it takes only like 2 parameters. We need the string password, we need the password, the raw password that the user entered, and we need the hash that's already in our own database. All right, so the password is down here that the user entered. Okay, it's really easy. And the password hash that the password hash that's already in our database, we can get it down over here from the data through our own fetch. So if we go data, and we're gonna do our own array, and now we can get my password, which is our own column. Okay, we already got the password down here from the fetch based on our own email, the email that the user actually entered down over here. Okay, and this is the login down here, and this is the login, so it's in the same query. So we're saying, and this will return true if it worked. So we're saying if this is worked and the password is right, the the data or the password that the user entered matches the hash, we want to go ahead for now, we're gonna go ahead and just echo out logged in. Okay, we're not gonna do anything aside from this. So if we save all of this, actually if we go down here, I want to display some kind of message, maybe echo out user, not user email, or password is wrong. And let's go ahead and copy this whole thing. I want to go back also down here and echo the same thing. So this is the else that's down here. This should be, sorry, this should be down here. So basically if it worked, we're gonna say logged in, and if it does not work, that means that the password is wrong. All right, so and in this one, this else down here is the else for this if. All right, so if this is not greater than 0, that means the email is wrong. All right, so everything is working fine. As you can see, we have our own if down here, and we have our own if else inside and if down here. Okay, so you didn't get confused. So if we save all of this and go back and refresh this, and let's pick up our own email and let's paste it, and the password is the email. So if we paste password, we're gonna say sign in. You can see that we got our own message down here and it says logged in. If we actually go and I want to try, I want to try another, I want to do another try down here. If we go to the email, let's say user 3@user.com, and the email user.user_me, and for the password we're not gonna do it as the same as email, so you would know, so you can know that this is not fake. We're gonna do it 1 2 3 4. All right, when we're gonna sign in now, and now we can, if we look down here, you can see we have our own record. Here is the email and here is the password that's hashed. And if we go now to the login page, we go login down here, and if we enter our own email address for the password, we're gonna go 1 2 3 4, which is our own password, and we're gonna go sign in. You can see now it's logged in, so this actually worked and everything is legit, as you can see down over here. So this is basically it. I hope that nothing was hard or confusing for you. We just explained the row count and the password verify function, which might sound confusing at first. It's actually really easy, and they're very useful to use them, of course, and to know them as a developer in general. All right, so that's it for this one, and see you in the next video. So now we're back once more, and in this one we're going to hit the user to the login page when he logs in, and we are going to be changing the navbar down here. Of course, when we go to the index page when we're logged in and we have our own sessions, we don't want to show the login and the register pages. Actually, we shouldn't be showing them. We should only show the home down here and show the username. Okay, and after we log out and destroy our own session, we can go back and show only the home, the login, and the register down over here. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. All right, so if we look down here, we need to go ahead and start our own sessions, and that's what we should be doing, and we are going to do this at the top of our own header.php file. And this is what we should do, because the session in PHP, or actually anything else, should start at the top of your page, and we have the header page in every page that we have. We are including it on the login, at the register, and everything, so we should do it right here. So we're going to say session start, and that's actually all you need to start our own session in PHP. And if we save, if we go now, and we can take advantage of our own sessions, and we can go down here and go, maybe we will go session, and we are going to take the username as a session, and we are gonna like set it equal to, we already got the data down here because we've selected all of this, we've selected all the data that we need, and we fetched it. So we can go for this one, for username, and maybe we'll take the data session also for the email. Maybe we'll need it, and if we don't need it, that's also fine. All right, so if we save all of this, maybe we'll go also to the index page. So we're going to say location index.php, and if we go to the index page, we can actually echo something down here. Let's say now, because we have our own session at header.php, and we include it inside the index down here, we can say hello, and now we can take advantage of our own session and say session hello session user name. Okay, so let's go ahead, just put this inside our PHP, and we're gonna say echo, and let's concatenate this, and so save all of this, and let's go down here, refresh this again, and let's pick up our own email and try to log in. Well, let's see what's going to happen. 1 2 3 4. If we go sign in, you can see that we actually got down over here and says hello user, hello and the username. If we go down here, maybe we'll do some space, and you can see down here we got hello and our username, and we got the index.php. So when we actually have our own session and we want to go ahead and display the username down over here, so we need to go at the header. We look at the header down here, let's say username, we have it down over here. So we want to check if, let's check first, we want to say let's check first for this stuff down here in the index.php. Basically, we want to say when we actually have our own session, we don't want to like display the login and the register down here. We only want to display the username and the home. So we're gonna go if, we're gonna use the shorthand function set session user name. Okay, we want like, oh, let's say if it's not set, we're gonna display the login and the register, else we will go ahead and display this whole thing down over here, and we need to end this and f. Alright, so this is how you use the shorthand function. It's a lot cleaner, in my opinion, than writing, than actually writing when you go ahead and write HTML inside PHP, which is just not clean. All right, so you can say if we customize these things down here, and of course we want to go ahead and equal out our own username down here. If we actually logged in and we have our own session. So I'm guessing that looks great. If we save all of this, go ahead right here and refresh, you can see that we've only got the home down here and we got the user name that we should be getting. So I want to link to the login to the logout page so I can destroy the sessions. So logout.php, which is a page that we're going to be doing, so we can go ahead and destroy our own sessions. So we're going to go logout.php. all right, so what we're going to do to destroy our own sessions, we're going to start the session first. Session start, session unset, session destroy. All right, so we're gonna unset the whole variables and we're gonna destroy the whole sessions, and after that we can head back to our own home. All right, so we're gonna say header location index.php. So if we save this whole thing, now if we go back down here, refresh this, if we go over here and look up down here, there is something. So it's still, let's go back to the header, href, if we save this whole thing again, because it doesn't sound like it's linking to this page, I don't know why. We save this whole thing. Now it's linking to the page down here. If we log out, you can see that we actually got back to the index, and now we're displaying the login and the register and the home, and we're not displaying the username anymore because we've checked our own sessions. And don't worry about this. Don't worry about this down here. We can go and actually do this email this error solely because now we destroyed the session, so it doesn't know what this actually is because there is no session, so it's not gonna like echo out anything. So it's just commented for now. So we need, like, let's go ahead and actually type in or change these links. So if we go login.php and register.php. So if we refresh, you can see now that we have our own login and our own register. So let's log in again because I want to keep checking for some errors and some sessions, if the session is set or not, and if we have any errors. So let's go ahead and copy this 1 2 3 4, and if we sign in, you can see that we got back and we have our own username and we got the logout. But what if the user goes down here and he tries to access the login or the register? Can he access them? We're gonna go ahead and see now, despite the fact that we actually did not show them up there, the user can come down here and he can access the login.php, and he can access also the register page, which isn't what we want, and this is unacceptable, and this is not even programming anymore. So basically we want to set our own, we want to check inside the page itself if there is a session or not. If there is a session, we will not even allow the user to access them from the search down here. All right, if we go to login, we're gonna say at the top down here, we're gonna say if the session is set, if the session is actually unset, username, we want to head back to the index page. So we're going to say header, location, and index.php. So we're checking for the session. If the session is unset, if it's not there, we need to go ahead and go to the index.php. Well, actually, we need, if the session is there and he tries to access the login.php, we are going to go ahead to the index. So sorry about that, just a bit confusing now. So let's save all of this and copy this and go to the register down over here. Now let's keep it also at the top. And save this as well. So if we now we actually have the session because we have the user in down over here. If we refresh this, you can see that we're going back to the index.php because we have our own session. Let's try and access the register.php, and we're going back to our own index.php because of course we have our own sessions. So we're gonna go to the index. Let's go ahead now and log out. You can say that we got our own links down here. You can actually go to the login and the register because the session is destroyed, and we can go ahead and log in for a user or register and create a new account. So that's basically it for this video. I hope that you're not confused or anything. All what we're doing is just doing some checking because we need to limit the user accessibility or the user access to sensitive stuff, data, and stuff like that. So that's it, and see you. So in the next couple of videos, we are going to actually go ahead and create an authentication system. Alright, so you need to know MySQL and PDO, and a little bit of Bootstrap would help. Again, probably HTML and CSS. Alright, so just go ahead and follow along with me and enjoy. So now we can go ahead and start creating our own posts. So all what we need is actually the form, so we can get going with this. So if I actually go ahead right over here and create a new file, create.php. Alright, so if I go ahead, maybe from the login, and I can grab both of those, can grab the header and the config file, add the create, and I can go ahead and also grab the footer .php. So if you look up over here, we need to grab some kind of form. I can go to the register, and maybe we will go from here, and let me grab this whole thing. So if I go to create, alright, so basically we need the action to go to create.php, and we need the h1. Let's go create post.
And the first thing, well, basically we will need three things for, we will need like 3 inputs for this to work. So we need the title for the post, and we need the body for the post, and we need the username. We will just insert it so we can actually refer to it later if we want to. So we will just create, we will insert the username, the guy who inserted this post, in our table. All right, so this is going to be title, and it's going to be type text. All right, so, and the placeholder is going to be title, and the label is going to be title. And for this one, the name is, maybe I will keep it username text username, but we will actually keep it hidden, so it's going to be type of hidden. Okay, we will actually insert it with the session that we already got in the login. If you look up over here, we will insert this, and the third one is going to be a text area. We go up over here, text area. Maybe we'll get some rows, let's say 9, and we will give it the name of body, and we'll give it a place holder is equal to body, and we'll give it this class, which is just a bootstrap thing. What do we need? I'm guessing that that's it, so we will just close it. Text area like this. So we will just keep the label as it is. Alright, so the button, the name is going to be submit, that's fine. Class, maybe we'll keep the class like 50, the width, and we are gonna go empty margin top, we're gonna keep it 5 pixels, and the type is going to be submit, and text is going to be create post. Alright, and we don't need this, so basically this is going to be it. If we save this whole thing, go ahead, maybe we'll go to the header, and maybe we'll change the name right over here to blog, and we'll keep it index.php, so it will go to this. And if we go up over here, we need to put a link right over here to the create post, and of course we need it only to be when the user is already logged in, so we will put it right over here. So we will grab it and put it right over here, so when the user is actually logged in, he's going to access this, he's going to see this right over here. So we're going to go create.php, and we're going to create, and again to say create. So if we save this, I'm guessing that everything looks perfect right over here. So let's save and close. Let's save this, and if we go now and refresh this one, you can see that we're not actually seeing it because we're not logged in yet. So if we go to the users in the authentication system, let's grab an email and a username and go to login, and let's actually log in. So we're, as you're seeing right over here, that we're now we are in index.php and we're logged in, so we can see this. If we click on it, you can see that we're actually seeing title, and this shouldn't be password. The label should be body. All right, so what we need also empty is going to be 4, margin top. All right, so now it's looking great. Maybe this one's going to be 4 also. And this is just like simple bootstrap stuff. So maybe I'll keep this 100. So yeah, I'm guessing that now it's looking great. Now we can go ahead and like process our own logic for creating this. So we'll go ahead right over here and create a new table. So we'll go ID first of all. It's a conventional thing, so we're going to set it to auto increment, and we're going to set it for as a primary key. And we need title, and we need varchar. This one's going to be 3, and this is going to be 200, and this is going to be body, and the type is going to be text. Because it's too big, we will not keep it as a varchar, so we don't actually have to like set up a length down over here. And this one's going to be created at, or actually we need some kind of user name, so we're gonna set it to username right over here first, and varchar, and we'll keep this 200 as well, and maybe we'll add some other comments. So we are gonna go create it at, so we are going to set the time for this post, so we're going to keep it timestamp. So we can actually, if we click on create timestamp in the default, it will actually insert the current time. All right, so if we save, yeah, we actually forgot to write this, so we're going to keep it posts, and this is the name of the table. And if you're seeing right over here, now we have our own table. All right, so if we go ahead right over here, so we can write our own logic, we go PHP, and what we need to do first is actually checking for some kind of form submission. So if we go to the register, this is going to be similar for the register down over here. All right. So if we look up over here, we're seeing it said post submit, which is actually the name of this button down over here. And we're checking for email. Of course, we're not going to check for email. We're going to check for the title, and we're going to check for it if it's empty or not. If it's empty, we will like give the user some kind of message right here to alert the user that he has an input that's empty. So we're gonna also go for body, and we don't need anything else. All right, so if we look up over here, we're gonna grab our own data if we don't have any empty inputs. So we're gonna go email, it's not email, it's title, and this also going from the input that has the name title, and this one is going from the body. And you might say, why aren't we checking for the username? Because it's an input, because it's hidden input, so the user won't even see it, but we will actually grab the data from it. Username is equal to user name. All right, and we're looking right here to the query, insert connection, prepare, insert into users. And yeah, you've learned all of this in, if you did any project, maybe a couple of projects in this course. So everything is getting repetitive right now, so it will actually stuck in your head. Username is going to be title. This also title. And this is going to be username. Don't actually need we don't need this right over here, even if it's hidden, because we can grab it from the form submission right away. So we actually have the header, so we have the session, so we can go ahead and just write in our own session right away, user name, and that should be it. So we don't need the input. All right, so this one should be title, and this one should be body, and this one should be user name, and this should be it. So everything is looking great right over here. We have, let's make sure of the names. The name is title, and the text area has the name of body, and that should be it. So if we save this whole thing, go back right over here and refresh this. Maybe we'll go to the header and change actually the title. All right, so if we go ahead and write in first post, and the body, will grab a bigger text. Just grab any text that you like, and if we go create post, you see it's refreshing right over here to create.php, which is the same page. So if we go ahead and refresh and click on browse, you can see that we actually got our own first record. Okay, here is the username that we're actually logged in with. So should be it. In the next video, we'll actually go ahead and create and display all the posts that we have in the index.php page. All right, in this page right over here. So this is it for this video, and see you guys in the next videos. So now we're back with another video, and this one should be really simple. We are just going to display the posts inside our own index.php page. So if we go up over here to index.php, close this, and if we close this, you can see that we only got this line. Let's remove it. So we need some kind of design so we can actually display the content inside it before we write our own logic. So if we go ahead right over here, I'm going to use bootstrap cards. And if we click on cards, so if we look up over here, let's just look up a design. Well, maybe this one looks good. So if we copy it, go ahead right over here and paste it like that. So let me just grab this main line right over here because it contains some kind of design. Maybe we will just grab it. You know what, let's see what will happen if we don't grab it, so we can actually fix it if something happens. The important thing that we have the includes dot header right over here, and we have the includes slash folder.php right over here.
So let me go ahead and just require config.php. Alright, so if we save this, go to the index right now and just refresh, you can see that yeah, we're actually messing up with the design. So let me just grab this line, let me put it right over here. And let's close it. So if we save this, refresh right over here, so maybe we will go MT5 margin top 5, and if we refresh this whole thing, so yeah, maybe it's looking great right now. So let's remove the featured, we don't need it. We will only like grab the title, and we are gonna grab the body, and we will leave this button right over here, so it will actually go to another page where we are gonna display the comments for this post. All right, so if we go ahead right over here and start writing our own logic, we're gonna go select is equal to connection query, select all from posts, and we are going to execute this. It's pretty simple, we did this a couple of times. And select, now we need to fetch it, maybe we'll go all we'll go rows, it's equal to select fetch all, and this will fetch all the posts, PDO fetch, and we are gonna grab it as an object, so we are gonna go all PG, and that will be it. So if we go up over here and if we do for each, so we can actually grab this whole thing. So we're gonna go for each rows as row, so we're seeing for every rows that we have, for every record that we have, create this object for us, which is row. And if we go up over here, now we can grab everything from this object as an instance. So we're gonna go echo row title, and we are going to grab the body for this post, and we are gonna right over here for this link, we will go to a page that we did not create yet. This page is going to be show.php, and we are gonna pass in an ID which is going to be equal to the ID for this post, and we're gonna go row echo row ID. So that should be it. So if we go PHP and for each, so this should work perfectly. So if we go up over here, just customize this a bit. All right, so here is our div, here is our own stuff. So yeah, slash main, maybe, let's say right over here, yeah, it's slash main, not div.
So if we save this whole thing, we go up over here, refresh this, so you can see that we're actually getting, yeah, this is body. Why it's showing title? And I don't know. Yeah, it has only first post, so that's fine. We are actually clicked on this. You can see it's getting the ID one right over here, and then of course it's saying like not found because we did not create this page just yet. So let me go ahead and create another second post, and if we grab some text, let's see what's going on with this body. And if we create post, if we actually go back to the home, so something wrong. Let me just check. Yeah, of course, this is what I thought. If you look up over here, we're actually inserting the title right over here for the body, which is what we don't want. So we save this, refresh once more. I want to go to the create. So after we create, I want to go to the index page. So if we go location, index.php, so we will go to this right away. So now let me go to create third post, and for the body, and create post. As you're seeing right over here, we're getting third post and we're getting this data right over here. Maybe we will go ahead in the show page and we will just display a certain number of characters for everybody, because you know it's getting too big and it's not looking good. And maybe we'll like get a PR right over here, so there's going to be some kind of space between every card. So we will go right over here, sub str, which will just grab a certain number of characters for our own text. So we will start from 0, and maybe we'll grab the first 15 numbers, and let's see what's gonna happen. So if we save this, go up over here, refresh, you can see maybe 15 is not a good thing. So let me grab maybe this. So we still need a couple. Maybe we'll grab 80. All right. Oh, it's looking great, I would say. So yeah, this is how index page is gonna look like. So in the next couple of videos, in the next video, we are going to actually implement the comments for every post that we have over here. So see you in the next video. So now in this video, we're going to actually show the posts which we're gonna show every post in a single page. All right, and I will keep creating the comments for the next video, so this one won't take too long. Right, so this is a pretty simple task. If we go up over here, I want to change a couple of things first. Well, first of all, I want to change this link down over here to the index page. So if we go to header, if we go to the home, you can see that this one, we need to change it to index.php, and we need like to leave this. And for the create page, I want to actually allow the user to only go to this page if he's logged in. So if I go up over here, let's say the login, and if we grab this code,
right over here. So we're saying is set session username. We are gonna go back to the index.php. So we're gonna say if it's not actually set. So let me save this. We're saying if the user is not logged in, if there is no session with the username, he's gonna go back to the index.php and he's not going to be able to access this page. So he can access it when he's just logged in. So if we log out, let me go create.php, you can see that we're actually going back to the index.php. So it's just a little thing. So it's just a little validation thing right over here. So let me log in once more. Maybe I'll just click and we're logged in once again. So I want to be able, if I click on this one, if I want to click on this link right over here, I'm gonna go ahead to another page that will actually display the whole post. And if we look up right over here at the index, I want to change this name to more, and I want to add this right over here. I want to concatenate it to a couple of dots, so we're actually telling the user that there is more to this body of this post. So if we save this, look up over here, you can see that it's looking great right now. All right, so if we look up over here, you can see that we're actually setting some unique ID for every post. If you look down here, so if we go ahead and create the show.php page, we're able to catch the ID, the unique ID for every post, and we are going to display the data. So we're gonna go show.php, and let me grab everything that we grabbed for this one, and let's put it right over here. And let me grab also the footer.php. So now we can just go ahead and work with our own logic. If we go PHP, and if we go F, and let's catch the ID. So if we go F is set, and we are gonna catch it with the get sober global. If get ID, if the ID is right over there, we're gonna say ID is equal to, we're gonna grab it in some kind of variable, get, and now we can go ahead and just select our own data. So maybe we'll go one post is equal to connection variable, and we need a query, and now we can write our own query. Select all from posts where the ID for this post is equal to the ID that we're actually grabbing up there. So if we just execute this, should be able to get our own data. If we go posts is equal to one post, fetch, and we are gonna go PDO, and let's fetch it as an object. So yeah, it's looking perfect. All right, so if we look up down there, we can actually just do our own posts. So we need some kind of design. We can go ahead and grab this one right over here. All right. So if we go posts, and for this one let's give it title, yeah, and for the body now we are gonna like display the whole body, so we don't need any of this, and we're not gonna display any IDs, anything like that. So I'm guessing that this should be all. All right, we do not need this. Let's say what is that, what's that gonna give us? Maybe we'll go up over here, dev class row, and this is like bootstrap stuff. So save, refresh. So if we click up over here, you can see that we're actually getting our own post, the full post. So maybe this is messed up a little. So if we grab this thing, which is just going to which is going to style it a bit, and save, and if we refresh, you know what, let's keep it as this. Let's go up over here, empty 5, margin top 5. So as you're saying right over here, it's looking perfect. Actually, let's go back once more, and if we click on this, you can see that we got our own full post. All right, so this is it for this video. I don't want to keep this too long. I can go ahead and like set up the form and create the comment for every page, but I'm not going to do this just yet. We will do this in the next video. So now we're back once again, and in this one we're actually going to set up our own form, and we are going to build our own, or going to create our own comments for every post. So as you've seen in the last couple of videos, where we actually created our own posts, we've displayed them in the index page, and now we're displaying only one post, and now it's time for comments. So we're going to use Ajax and jQuery for this, just for simplicity. Alright, so what exactly is Ajax? Ajax is just a JavaScript technology that allows you to actually process requests, like whip requests, like post, get, update and delete, stuff like that, without actually refreshing the page. If you're actually following along when we create our own post right over here, we've actually had to display our own page in order for this to work. If you're saying right over here, the page is refreshing when I'm actually going ahead and like processing some kind of request. But when we use Ajax, we're not actually, we don't have to like to reload the page. And Ajax stands for asynchronous JavaScript and XML. All right. So why use jQuery with Ajax basically? Well, we're just going to use it just for simplicity. We can actually use JavaScript, but it's kind of complicated and it's not used nowadays. So we are going to use jQuery right away, and jQuery is just a JavaScript library that we're actually built. The main function for JavaScript was actually doing the main function for jQuery when they created it was actually doing stuff really easy and simple. All right, so this is why we are going to use it in this video. All right, so if you look up over here, if we go, let's close this, and if we go actually to the footer, you can see that we don't have JavaScript right over here, so we actually have to include the library in order to use it. So if I go up, jQuery CDN, I'm going to grab the CDN right away, and it's just a link that will give us the jQuery without actually having like to include in our own files locally. So we will just grab a link, and that JavaScript will be in our project right away. All right, so my internet connection is just, so we're gonna say compressed right over here, and we will grab this, just copy this code, and maybe we will put it right over here. Maybe we will, this is making the code pretty big for nothing. So if we save this, you can see that we're actually having our own JavaScript in the code. So let's close this right over here, and let's go ahead now in the show page and do our own form, so we can create our own comments. So we can actually grab the form, let's say from create right over here. We can grab this whole thing and the show. Maybe we will keep this dev, and this is going to be dev, and this is going to be pro. So the form has the method of post, and the action, we will actually do not need this right here. We are going to specify which action this form will go to when we actually do our own jQuery. So we have the method of post, and we have it right over here. Maybe we do not need header for this. So we need three things in order to actually create our own comments. Well, first of all, we need the comment itself, and we need the user name, the guy who created this comment, and we need the post ID. And in the next video I will show you why we actually need the post ID. All right, so if we look up over here, maybe this will be the username, and if we look up over here, you can see the placeholder. We're not gonna actually need any, we're not gonna need this. It's actually going to be a type of hidden, and we will insert this with the session from the session itself. So we're gonna go value, and we are gonna grab session echo session, let's say user name. All right, so something else that we will grab that it's actually hidden is the post ID, right? So we're gonna go for this one, post underscore ID, and we are gonna go, we actually have the post ID. If you look up over here, we have it right over here, so we can grab it from posts. ID. All right, and we have class placeholder. We didn't need any placeholder for this. All right, and we don't actually, maybe we'll change, yeah, we will change the IDs. This one's going to be username, and this one is going to be post ID. And we of course need, like the names are already set up for us, so we need most importantly, we need the ID and the username in order for this to work in our own Ajax request. And last but not least, we need the comments. So if we look up over here, we're gonna keep the name comment, and we are gonna give it placeholder and the class, and we need an ID for this, and we will keep it comment right over here. All right, and if you look up over here, we actually need some kind of ID also for this, and we are gonna go maybe comment underscore data. All right, so we have the last thing that we have over here is actually the button. the submit button right over here. So we have the name of submit, and we are going to give it also an ID of submit. All right, so this is looking perfect. Create comment. All right, so if we save this whole thing, let's go right over here. Don't need this, and let's refresh this and let's see what we got. So we got the body right over here. This one should be comment. All right, so this is looking great, I would say. So if we go up over here, let's actually create our own Ajax request. So in order for this to work, we actually need to keep it under the footer right over here, because you know we're grabbing our jQuery link from the footer, so we need to keep it right over here under our own footer in order for this code to work. So we're gonna go script. Let's close this. Let's go right over here, and we can actually just start now. We need to grab the document treaty, so we're gonna go document treaty, and if we go up over here, and here is our own code. So if we paste this, so if the jQuery is actually working, we should actually say this in the console. So if we go save this and actually go right over here and refresh, and if we go to the console, and as you're seeing right over here, it says ready, which means that we're actually, everything is working perfectly. All right, so if we go ahead and remove this and go document, dot on submit, we need to trigger a function. So we're saying we're actually submitting our own form. We are going to grab some kind of, we are going to do some kind of function right over here. And let me test this once more. So we are gonna go alert form submitted. So if we save this, go ahead right over here, and if we refresh this, you click right over here, you can see now that form submitted, so the form is working. All right, so let me just comment this, and now we need to go ahead and grab our own form data, and we will grab this just in one variable right away. So we're going to say var for data is equal to, and we are gonna grab it from the ID that we're actually set up right over here. So if we look up right over here, we're gonna grab it from this ID, okay, because we are grabbing the whole form data, and we're gonna say right over here dot serialize, and we are going to actually concatenate it with let's say what we have, going to concatenate it with actually the name. Submit is equal to submit, the name of this button right over here. All right, so I'm guessing that this is it. So now we need to go ahead and create our own Ajax request. So we're gonna go Ajax, and we need to open it like this, and now we are going for a couple of things right over here. We are gonna go for the type, and it's going to be post And what else do we have? The URL, which is going to be a page that we did not create yet, and this is going to be maybe insert comments.php, and we have another thing right over here, the data, which is actually the most important thing, and we've already grabbed it from right here. And we have now a success function if this is worked. So we're gonna go success function. Maybe we will actually trigger an alert. We're gonna say alert success when this works. So yeah, if we save this whole thing, I'm guessing that that's it for the form. So we need to go now and create our own insert-comments.php page. So if we go right over here, so yeah, if we open up PHP, maybe we'll grab the register. We should be really careful when we actually do this, so nothing gets messed up. All right. So let me copy this whole thing and paste it, and we need to grab also, we need to grab config right over here. So if we go up this config.php, and we're checking for a form submission, let's like remove all of this for now, and let's remove this also. And we're getting three things basically. First of all, we're getting the post ID, so we're gonna, let's actually say what we're grabbing. Need to make sure that everything is working perfectly in order for this to work. So we're grabbing the username, so taking it from the username, and we are grabbing the second thing that we're actually grabbing, the post ID, and let's give this post ID. And the third thing that we're grabbing is actually the comment, right? So it has a name and ID of comment. Right, and we're saying insert connection prepare, insert into, this is going to be comments. We're inserting the username, post ID, comment, and it's going to be also username right over here, post ID, and comment. Right, and we're going for execute email, so it's going to be username, post ID, and this is going to be comment. And if we look up over here, we can get the comment. So I'm guessing that's everything in this one. We're getting everything right over here. If we're saving this, if we're actually going right back over here, I'm guessing that everything is working perfectly, and we can actually go ahead and try to insert our own data. But of course we did not create our own table just yet. We were going to forget this. But if we go new ID right over here, just really quickly, I know that this is taking too long, but you know, it's possibly the hardest video in this series. So if we go right over here, username, it's going to be varchar 3, and it's going to be 200, and I'm gonna go for the post ID, and it's going to be like integer, it's going to be 3, and for the comment it's going to be a text, or maybe okay with the varchar, that's fine. It's going to be 200, and I'm guessing that that's all it. Maybe we'll insert created at timestamp, and we're okay with current timestamp. So if we click on save, so yeah, you can see that we're having every one of our columns. So if we save this, let's check for if we actually have the two pieces of data for the post ID and for the username. So if you look up over here, this is the text area, and let's say where is our own form. So if we're saying right over here, we're actually having the value of 3, which is the post ID, and we're having the username right over here as the value. All right, so if we say this is the first comment, and if we click create comment, maybe we will check for this, and let's say, so it's actually working, but actually the page was refreshing. So in order to solve this mistake, we are gonna go right over here, and we are gonna put this E right over here, which is represents the event, and we are gonna go event dot prevent default. So basically when you submit a form, it will do some kind of event, right? And we want to grab this event, and we want to set it to this method which says prevent default, which will prevent the refreshing of the page. So let's save, go ahead right over here, refresh this once more. This is the second comment, and without refresh, if we click right over here, you can see that it's refreshing actually once more. So I'm gonna go back and review this problem. Okay, so yeah, the problem was pretty simple. Just because I was in a hurry, I did this mistake. So I actually did it right over here. So if I go back, you can see that I actually did it right over here in the document 3D, and it should be in the form submission right over here in this event. So if I just grab this right over here and I put it right over here, so if I grab this E and put it right over here, and this actually will make it work. So let's refresh, and if I go right over here, this is the second comment, and without refresh. So if I click create comment, you can see that we're actually getting our own alert. If we click OK, and if we go right over here and refresh this, you can see that we're actually getting our own comment. So this is working perfectly. Right, so we got the post ID right over here, and we got the username, we got create ad, and we got the body for the comment itself. So I want to, like, after I create the comment, I want to like make this input actually empty. This is pretty simple. If I go up over here, let's comment this whole thing, and let's go, this is just jQuery stuff. So if I snap this input right over here, and it has the ID of comment, so if I snap this, copy, and I want to make it dot text, and I want to set it to actually nothing. All right, or maybe I will go for null. So if we save this, go back once more, this is the fourth or maybe the third comment. If I click create, well, maybe we're doing some kind of alright, so it's not showing anything. Maybe we will do this in the next video, that's fine. Alright, so maybe we'll do this in the next video. We'll solve this problem and we will make this go away. But actually it's working fine, and this is the most important thing in this video, and I will see you on the next one. So we're back with another video, and in this one we are going to show our own comments. But before we do this, I want to do a couple of things. Well, when I go ahead and click on create comment, I want this input actually to get back to an empty input or text area, and I want to display some kind of message down over here to let the user that his comment now is inserted. So if I go ahead right over here, I comment this the last time, and what I needed right over here is not text, it's value, so it's going to be null, and I want to keep it null for the other three inputs. So I want to keep it null for username and null for post ID. So all three of those is going to be null, and I want to snap something else, which is some kind of div right over here. Maybe I will give it an ID of message dot HTML, and I want to change this text to added successfully dot, and I want to give him some kind of class, so I will add an alert to it. So I'm gonna go toggle class, I want to give it class alert dash success PG success, and I want to keep the text as white. Right, so save this whole thing, go up over there, you know, after the button, and maybe outside of the form, and maybe we'll go div ID which is equal to message, and we're gonna claim the class for nothing. So this will actually get changed to this class once the user enter his data successfully, and we want to close it, and this will be it. So if we save this whole thing, go up over here, so let's refresh this once more, and if we go, this is the fourth comment. We click on create, you can see that right, it's got right over here added successfully, and now it's gone, the comment is gone, so the user can insert another comment. You go up over here and refresh this, all right, so now it says this is the fourth comment, and everything is everything is being inserted in the right way. So maybe I will just take it and put it right over here, and I'm gonna go empty. Maybe I will add this right over here. I'm gonna add to it empty 3 and save this, so it will actually do some kind of margin top, so it will look nicer. So let me refresh this, and let's go, this is the fifth comment, click on create. So now it's looking even better. So if I click on this, now you can see it's inserting everything. It's working perfectly. So now let's go ahead and grab every possible comment for this post, and for this only post, right? So basically we have our own post ID right over here, so we can actually grab our own data and just paste it right over here. So all what we need to do is just go up here and grab our own data, and we can just copy this whole thing, go up here, and you're gonna say comments, and this one is going to be connection query. Select all from posts. This is going to be comments, where post ID that we got into the data, post ID is going to equal to the ID that we're actually having over here, and we're saying over here we're executing it, and we will go ahead and actually fetch all, because this is going to be more than just a one column, right? This is going to be comments right over here, and this one should be comment. All right. Yeah, so now it's looking perfect. All what we need to do is just go ahead and grab this whole thing, so we can actually let's grab it right over here, so we can actually just do a for each and paste our own data. So we're gonna go for each comment as single comment. Let's grab this. All right, so let's grab, well, first of all we'll grab the username, and then we'll grab the comment. There is the username, and here is the comment itself. All right, and now we can just close this PHP and for each. Right, so if we save, I would say that everything is looking perfect. So let's go ahead and just try to refresh, and you can see that we're actually undefined variable comment in 61, so we're getting some kind of error. Find it comment in 61, yeah, just a typo. So if we refresh, you can see that we got our own comments right over here. So basically all of them actually belongs to the post to the post with the ID of 3, as you're seeing right over here. But if we actually change the first comment right over here to 1 and just save it, this comment right here shouldn't appear because it doesn't belong to this post. So if we refresh this, you can see that the first post is actually gone. The comment for the first post is gone. And if we go to the home, and if we go right over here, you can see now it's right over here because we've changed it in our database. So all of this actually makes sense. So if we go to third post right over here, so we want to display everything dynamically, real time. So we want the user, when he clicks on the comment right over here, and when he enters something in the comments and he clicks on create comment, the new comment will appear right away without actually the page being refreshed or anything like that. So to do this, it is pretty simple. Although we need to go in our code in Ajax after the submit right over here, the form submission, and we want to go Okay, we want to go function. We are going to create a function actually to load everything with the set interval. Okay, so we are going to go without refresh, or maybe we will go just fetch. Okay, and we will go set interval, like it's right over here. All right, so the set interval function, it will run every like every couple of seconds, and it will refresh the page that we are gonna set it to right over here, and we are gonna set it to the show.php page. So it will refresh it and it will grab the new comments right away from the database without actually refreshing the page, so it will work in real time. So this is actually an error function, so don't worry about it. We can actually just go like this function and it will work just fine. So if we go, we are gonna make it so it will refresh the body of this whole page, the body tag in HTML, and we are gonna go load, and we are gonna load the current page, which is show.php. And if we leave it as this, it will actually trigger an error, because of course the show.php actually needs an ID right over here, and it needs a dynamic ID, so it will work. So if we go, we can actually just write it as PHP. You can write PHP right over here. So we're gonna go PHP echo, and we can grab the ID for the post, because we already have it. If you remember, right over here, if you look right over here, you can see that we're actually grabbing it right over here. So we can just write this, or we can write the ID. I will grab this. All right. So if we save this whole thing, now we need like to set some kind of time right over here. I'm going to choose 4,000 milliseconds. So this is just 4 seconds. This is the time that will make this trigger, this function will be triggered. So every 5 seconds this function will be triggered, and we are gonna make it right over here. We're gonna just keep it right over here. So we're gonna trigger it every time the user clicks on this form submission. It's going to process our own request with Ajax, and when like everything is working fine, this success function, it will work, and then like a function will be triggered right over here, and it will refresh our own page. It will just load the data. It will not actually refresh it. So if we save this whole thing, hopefully this works. Hopefully this works. So if we refresh this, you can see here is a comment, and if we click on create comment, and if we let's look down over here, and if you see that it's actually putting out, or it's actually inserting our own comment into the page. So if we look up over here, we can see there is a comment right over here, and it's actually getting inserted. So let's go to another post, maybe first post. Let's go comment for first post, and if we click on create comment, you can see it added successfully, and you just wait. Here it is. It's actually, it says comment for the first post. So if we look up over here, you can see that the post ID is getting inserted as one, and it's inserting everything perfectly. It's inserting the username and the comment body. All right, so this should be it for this video, and see you guys in the next projects. So now we're back with another video, and in this one I'm going to show you how to delete the comment. Alright, so this should be really simple. We just need a button down here. Alright, and if we click on it, we need to go to some kind of delete.php page that will actually delete this comment right away. Alright, so of course we are gonna do everything with Ajax and jQuery. So if we look up over here in the show.php, if we look up over here, here is where we displayed our own comments. So if we go ahead and copy this button, and if we go down here and paste it, and maybe the name we will keep it, we will like delete the name. Most important two things right here is we need the ID, so we're gonna keep it delete -btn, and we need actually the value, so we're gonna go value, and we are gonna send the ID. And of course this is how we are going to delete our own comments. We are gonna use the ID to delete them because the ID is unique, so we actually need to send something so we can delete based on it. Alright, so we're gonna echo out the ID, and for the class right over here, maybe we will just remove all of this, and we are gonna say btn. We don't need btn large, maybe we need btn -danger. Alright, so this will keep it for 3, maybe type. The type is going to be submit. I'm just going to remove this too, and I'm gonna go right over here. I'm gonna say delete. Alright, so this should be the button down over here. The most important two things, as I said, is the ID and the value that we are going to send. So we can actually go ahead and copy this whole thing, and paste. So if we look up over here, we're gonna say, when we actually click on this button, so we need to go delete -btn, which is the ID for the button. We're gonna see on click, we're gonna get this event, and we're saying function, and we have the event right here, and we're setting the event for prevent default, which will not reload the page when we click on it. And we'll say var form data. We are gonna keep this to ID, and we are gonna grab the ID for this button. So this keyword right over here refers to the ID, refers to this button right here of this ID. So we'll actually grab the ID data right over here. So dot value. Alright, so as I said, we are actually, when we click on this button with this ID, with this attribute right over here ID, we will grab the value inside it. We will grab this value, which is the ID. Alright, and we'll click, and if you go right over here, let's continue. So we're going for Ajax type submit. We'll leave this, and the URL right over here, we're gonna keep it delete comments, or maybe we'll keep it just delete -comment.php, and the data right over here, we are gonna go delete equal to delete. We're gonna make it that's refer to the delete, and we will send this in the PHP in the delete -comment.php. So we will actually check for a post request for this word right over here, so we can actually go ahead and delete the data, and we're gonna set the ID is equal to the ID that's actually coming from over here. All right, so this should work fine, and we're gonna set the success function. Maybe we don't need any of this, and maybe we will just, for starters, we will go ahead and echo out the ID. All right, so if we save this whole thing, now let's go ahead and create this page. So if we copy this, go ahead and paste. So let's go PHP and a CF asset post submit, sorry, not submit, delete, which we send right over here. All right, so we are gonna go and get the ID, which we also got from the data, as you're seeing right over here. All right, so we now go ahead and go delete is equal to, and of course we need the connection, and we need this to be query. We need to go delete all from delete all from comments where ID is equal to the ID that we're actually getting. All right, so if we go delete, execute, and now let's just go require config.php. so this will require this object right here, and this actually should be it. So if we save this whole thing, go back right over here, so everything is looking neat. We save this whole thing, and if we go up over here and refresh this, let's try and delete this right over here. This is the fourth comment. If you see right over here, it's actually with the ID 5. Well, let's go delete. You can see that we're actually getting the ID, and if we click on OK, of course it will stay the same. If we go up over here and let's refresh, you can see that we're actually having some kind of problem because it's not deleting. So let me just stop and I'll get back to you. So it was a pretty simple mistake, you know, even if you're writing PHP for over 3 years, you still make simple mistakes. We're gonna go over here and write prepare. I don't think it matters if it's prepare or query, but you know, there's no asterisk right over here. Okay, we don't need this. So if we save this whole thing, so if we refresh this, if we actually click on this right now, say this is the 5th comment, and you can see the 5th comment actually has the ID of 6. So if we click on this, delete, and if we click OK, if we refresh, you can see that we're actually deleting our own row right over here. So basically we need, when we click it, this like the deleted comment goes away from the page, not just the database. So we don't need to refresh and actually in order for it to go. So this is pretty simple, all what we have to do. Maybe we'll comment this, let's decomment this back, and we're actually going to just to trigger this function right over here. It's already triggered, so we're gonna go delete, going to display some kind of message also for the deletion, for deleting our own comment, deleted successfully. Toggle class alert success, PG success text white. All right, so basically all what we need to do is just a div, and we also going we are going to display it right over here. So let's grab this and just put it right over here. So if we save this and if we refresh this whole thing, so let's delete this. It says here is a comment. So if we click on delete, you can see now deleted successfully, and now it went away from the page. And if we click on this, you can see here is a comment. There's the ID of 7, and it's gone. So this is it for this video, and see you in the next videos. So now I just wanna fix a simple thing right over here, and that is if we actually logged in with another user, we are gonna see actually the delete button for this comment right over here, which is not what we want, right? We want the user who only created this comment right over here is the only one who goes ahead and delete it. All right, we don't want any other user to just access this button. So what we need to do, we go right over here. If we go, yeah, we have it right over here. We have show.php. So we want to go right over here at this button, and we want to check for the session. So we're going to say PHP if the session right over here, username that we got when we actually get it at the login is identical to or is equal to single comment, and we want to compare it to the user name that we already getting. If you look at it, or if you look up over here, you can see that we actually have the username who created this comment, so we can compare it now. So we want to see if it's right there. If it's the same username in the session, we will display this. Otherwise, we are gonna display nothing. So all what we need to do for this is we're going to end the if. All right, so if we save this and refresh, of course it's still going to be there because this user right over here is the one who created this comment. If you look up over here, say insert this has this user right over here. So basically they are the same, like the same user who created both comments. So let's go ahead to users and let's grab another email. Let's copy this and actually go ahead and go to login. So we shouldn't actually see any delete button because the same user created both comments. So if we say sign in, and if we went to more, so as you're seeing right over here, we're saying no delete button, and if we go to first post, there is no delete button. Let's comment on this. We're gonna say comment from user create right over here. All right. So as you're seeing right over here, we're actually getting also a delete button for this one, but we're not getting it for this one right over here. So yeah, this is the bug that I wanted to fix, and see you on the next videos. So now we're gonna fix another bug I just discovered. So if we're looking up here that I'm actually logged in with some kind of account So if I actually log out and go to any, to any post, look up over here, we're seeing that we have this error down over here, undefined index username at line 70, and that's because we're actually checking for the session and the session is not there. So to avoid this comment, we need to go ahead now and just check if the session is set or not. So we're gonna go fs set session username, and let's go down here and let's say and if we save those and refresh, you can see now the error is gone. So let's log in and check once more. Let's go. You can see right over here, everything's working perfectly. So yeah, this is it for this video, and see you in the next videos. So now we're back with another project, and in this one we are going to build a rating system with Ajax and jQuery, of course. So for this one we are gonna need a jQuery plugin so we can actually handle the design of the rating system. It will offer us a lot of features, a lot of stuff that we can actually use to build this simple rating system. So as you might guessed, we are going to implement this, of course, inside our own simple blog post right over here. Okay, so it's better actually to implement this project in here rather than just going ahead and creating another another database and files and stuff like that. So it's better to implement this simple project inside our own big project, so we can get a decent looking project right over here. So the first thing that we need to do is, of course, the jQuery plugin, and I'm just gonna go show you that we are actually in this system right over here in the htdocs. I have the files and the folders over here in my Visual Studio Code. Okay, nothing big actually happened. I just deleted a couple of comments here and there. Okay, but otherwise nothing big happened to this. So the code is basically the same. The data is just different, the number of comments are just different, but everything is working perfectly. All right, so now we need to grab our jQuery plugin, and all what we need is jQuery rating plugin right over here. And the plugin is basically just like a library. Okay, it offers us a bunch of features and stuff like that that's already written for us, so we can use it right away. So if we look up over here at this link, nashu.github.io, if we click on it right over here, you can see that's redirecting us to this page. And to download this, we're gonna go to the GitHub page. All right, so now we have the code, we have the features right over here. We have the documentations, we have a couple of options and all of that. So of course the first thing that we need to do is to go ahead and download this zip file. So now it's going to be downloaded in the auth system, which is what we need. So we're gonna save this. Let's go ahead and execute it. Close. Right, so let's copy all of this, and if we go right over here and we're gonna say rating dash plugin, and let's paste all of the files inside it. So as you're seeing right over here, we have all the files that we need for this project. So now we can just delete this one. And if we go ahead right over here, of course we're not done, we need to include this in our own project. So it says usage right over here. This is the demo if you want to click on it and see.
see if you can see right over here that we can actually click on this login stuff, sorry, on this rating stuff, so you can check the plugins and the examples, but I'm just gonna include the stuff and work right away. So it says right over here we need to include jQuery first, and after that, of course, we have it, and after that we have to include the plugins code. So if we copy this whole thing right over here, and we need to include this in the folders, in the footer right over here after we've included our own plugin. So let's just paste this right over here, and it says it's going to the file right away, right? And the file, this file is right over here inside the folder, and this file is jQuery.start-rating. it's a JavaScript file. So let's look at the destination. It's actually in the dist right over here, so we need to go inside it so we can actually grab this file. And now I guess that's done. We need to go to the folder, to the folder itself, rating dash login slash destination and slash dist, and the file right over here. And the second thing that we need to include is the plugins CSS, and if we grab this, copy, and we need to include it in the header right over here, and let's include it right over here. That's fine. So the directory is right over here, star-rating-svg.css. so if we look up over here at the source, we are gonna find the CSS. So here is our own file, so we actually need to go in 3 folders just to get it. So we're gonna go rating dash login slash slash, and we need to go for src slash css, and there you go. Here is our own CSS folder, and if we save this whole thing, and now it's telling us to add the markup so we can actually work with it. So if we copy this, and let me close, okay, save. So if we actually go ahead to the show .php right over here, and we are going to include this after the body of every post. So if we paste this right over here, and if we go ahead and grab, and if we grab this code, and this will call our own plugin, and if we copy it and go down over here, all right, and we paste this rating system. So this will basically like grab this class that's right over here. It will grab this class, and it will actually show our own stars. Okay, the star size is going to be 25, and we will keep it at this. It will trigger this function from inside the plugin, you know, from inside the links that we put that we included, and it will trigger this, and it will show up the stars or the rating. So if we save this whole thing, go back up here, and if we refresh, you can see that we're having our own stars right over here. Let's just inspect this. You know, if we click on console, you can see that nothing is going on over here. There is no errors, anything like that. So everything is working perfectly right over here. So I want to just try a simple thing. Let's say if we have some kind of input right over here, input ID rating, and if we go value is equal to, all right, I'm guessing that that's
all in, so type equals text. Alright, so if we go down over here, I want to like put the value, I want to grab the value of the rating actually and put it inside an input when we actually click on it. Alright, so this is just a simple example. Of course, we are going to do everything dynamically with our own PHP and jQuery Ajax, but we're just trying a simple thing right over here. So if we're gonna go, let's snap, the ID rating dot val, which is going to change the value, and to get the current rating for this post, we're just gonna paste this inside the value, and let's close this and save it. So let's see what we got. If we actually refresh this, and if we click on over here, you can see that we're actually getting 3.5, which is the rating for this post. Let's refresh it one more time, and if we click up over here, we're getting 1.5. so it's working perfectly actually. So yeah, this is it for this video. This was just for the setup, and see you on the next videos. Alright, now so we're back with another video, and in this one we are going to insert the rating inside a table inside our own database, so we can actually fetch it later, right, and we can display it, and that all makes sense, right? So this is going to be similar to the comments system. So all what we need to do around here is just a simple form. Alright, so if we go form, and we need an ID because we are going to grab this we are going to grab the data form as a whole with this ID. So we're gonna go form dash data. Alright, and for this, of course, we need some kind of method. We need methods going to be post, and we're not gonna do an action because we're gonna process the action with the Ajax request. Alright, so basically in order to do this, we need two inputs. We need the input rating right over here, and this is going to be hidden, but we are going to show it for now. And we need another input for inserting the post ID, just like what we did with the comment, because we are going to fetch it later. So we are going to check for it actually in the get request, and we are going to fetch it. So this is why we need it. Alright, so we need some kind of other input right over here. So this one is going to, the ID is going to be rating, so this is going to be for the rating, and the type is going to be text for now. The value, we're going to leave it as this, and let's just give it a symbol name. Maybe we will need it later. So we're going to go rating right over here, and let's leave the value, and this one's going to be post underscore ID, and let's also give it a name. Alright, and the value for this is we are gonna get it from this right over here, from this posts object. Of course, we still have it because we're displaying the post. Alright, so now we can just close this form. So this is actually the work for the form now is actually done. So if we save it, go up over here, go down, and if we look up over here, we need to we need to process our own Ajax request. So how exactly are we gonna do this? So we actually have this right over here, and this is what and this is the design for the rating, this design right over here. So when we click on it, everything will be triggered, or the Ajax jQuery request will be triggered. Alright, so we can actually use this inside of a button. So if we go down over here, we'll go right here, and we are gonna go, let's snap this. It actually has this class, so we don't need an ID for it. So we're gonna go click, We're gonna go with the click event, and we're gonna go function, and let's send this A, and this will represent our own event. Let's go like this, and let's go A dot prevent default. So this will prevent the default, and it will stop the page from reloading. So this is all done. Now we can go ahead and grab the data for the form, and we're gonna go form data, and let's grab, you know, our own ID, so we can grab the whole thing. As you can see, the ID is right over here. We're gonna go dot serialize, and this will grab everything, and we are gonna send like a keyword with it so we can check for it in the submit. We're gonna go and insert is equal to insert. Let's end this like that, and now all what we need is the Ajax request. So we are gonna go Ajax just like always, and we are gonna go, maybe we'll go first type. This is going to be a type of post. The second thing what we need is the URL. The URL, we did not create the page that will process this request just yet. We're gonna set it to insert dash ratings dot php, and we're gonna go for the data, and the data is all taken from this right over here. This should be var, okay, because this is JavaScript or jQuery. So the data now is snapped, so we're gonna go for the success, which is going to be triggered if this whole thing is done perfectly, and we're just gonna alert with this right over here. We're just gonna display the whole data that we're grabbing from the form, and this should be actually it. So let me create this PHP page. So if we go up over here, PHP require config.php, because we're going to grab the connection object, and if we go insert is equal to connection prepare. Yeah, we actually did not, we did not check for the post submission just yet. So we're gonna go if set post, and we'll check for this word right over here, which is insert, that we sent with the form data. Well, let's grab this, and now we can just grab our own data. We are gonna grab post ID is equal to post ID, and we're gonna grab the rating itself. So now we can do the query. We're gonna just go insert into ratings, which we did not create just yet. Are gonna grab, well, first of all, the post ID. Not grabbing, we are gonna, this is the columns that we are gonna insert into, and rating. Let's keep this rates. All right, and we're gonna go values that we have over here. And what we're getting is the name name, post ID, and rating. So this should be actually it. And let's now just execute. So we're gonna go insert, let's grab post ID, and let's assign it to this right over here. Let's grab the first thing, which is going to be rating, and let's assign it also to rating right over here. All right, so we're actually getting up there. So I'm guessing that everything here is working, gonna work just fine. Yeah, all what we need to do is now it's just, you know, table. So it's going to be rates, and it's going to be an ID like always, 3, and let's give this as auto increment. That's going to be a primary key, and it's going to be post ID, and let's give it also 3, and it's going to be rating, and it's going to be also an integer. Let's give it 3, and it's going to be created at, and let's give it timestamp, and the default is going to be current timestamp, so it will get the current value. And let's create this, and now let's just refresh this. You can see that we have 2 inputs right now. This one is for, is for the post ID. Of course we will hide those, but let's just try first, and let's see what's happening. Let's see what's going on. So this one is for the ID, and this one is for the rating value. So let's say if we click on this, you can see that we're having our own rating right over here. Now let's refresh this. So we're having an error. So let me just stop this and I'll get back to you. So the error was pretty simple. It was actually a typo. So if you look up over here, I had this S, and this is the column name inside our own table. So I actually inserted the row. So the column should be rating, not ratings, right? So if we save this, if we remove this S and save, and if we go over here, you can see that I forgot the T. All right, and if we save this, you probably wrote this the right way, but I forgot my own T. So if we actually refresh, and let's just delete this. All right, so now let's refresh once more, and if we click on this, you can see that's giving us here 4, which is the rating, and it's giving us the post ID, and it says right over here at the alert, which we did right over here, which like singles out that we actually there is a success in this request, and gives us the rating is 4, and the post ID is 1, and the insert right over here is equal to insert, which is what we're checking for right over here. All right, so everything is working perfectly. And if we check in the database, so now we can see that's being created. All right, then here is the post ID, here is the rating, and everything is working perfectly. So the next video, we are going to actually check for this rating over here, and we are gonna like print out our own rating, because if you actually refresh, you can see that everything is getting back to 0, which is not what we want. If a post is rated by this user, we need this post to be still rated even after we refresh this page. Okay, and this is why we created our own database in the first place, or our own table. All right, so see you in the next video. So now all what we need to do to finish this project is to actually go ahead and fetch our own reviews, right? So what we need to do is just a couple of things. Well, first of all, if you look at the GitHub page right over here, you can see a couple of options that we have, and we have the initial rating over here, and this is what we're going to grab. And the initial rating loads, the initial rating applied on load, so basically it will show up when the page reloads, and this is what we need. This is perfect. So let's grab this, and actually we can go over here and just paste it. Okay, this is the place for options, so we're just going to paste this as that. And of course we need to grab the value itself, so all what we need to do is just grab this code, and this is pretty simple code for like displaying the comments. It's pretty similar to what we're doing right over here, so we don't need to write this from scratch. So if we're going ratings, and this one's going to be ratings also, and this is going to be ratings. If you look over here, select all from comments, this is going to be rates, where post ID is equal to the ID that we're actually getting in the page. Let's say this one's going to be rating. All right, and if you look up over here, we need to only fetch one column per page. And if you look up over here, we're fetching this as an object when we did this a couple of times. So if we copy this, go up over here, and now we can paste, we can echo out our own data simply with PHP. I don't like this option too much, but it's just what we have now. All right, so if we look up over here, we can check for this. So we're gonna say if this is set, because you know there are some posts that don't have any ratings, right? This is potential, so we're gonna go if this rating right over here, if the value inside it, which is rating, is set, we need to echo out this. This means that we're actually having a value. If it's set, this only makes sense, right? So we're just gonna echo it out like this, and if it's not, we are gonna set this back to 0. So we're gonna echo out 0. Okay, just simple as that. And let's end this right over here so it won't trigger an error. Just a simple comma to separate this. And if we save this whole thing, go up over here and refresh this, you can see now that we're having 4 right over here, and this is what we need. And this is for first post with ID 1. And if you look up over here, you can see that the post ID is 1 and the rating is 4, and everything is working perfectly. All right, so if we go actually over here, and let's go to third post, and you can see this one over here doesn't have any reviews, right? Because simply we did not create any for this. So if we go for 2, you can see that it's actually getting inserted. If we refresh this, you know, it's getting inserted over here. It says post ID 3 and the rating is 3. So let's go back and refresh. You can see now it's right over here, it's giving us 2 stars, which is what we have in our own database. So this is working perfectly. Let me just do a couple of things right over here. Well, first of all, we need those 2 to be type hidden. All right, and if we go up over here, maybe we will remove this, or maybe we will comment it, you know, save. And if we refresh, so as you're seeing right over here, and let me to the second post, we can also give it 5, give it 4. So if we refresh this, you can see it's actually giving us 4 ratings. So and now if we refresh this, it's still 4, just like what we did, just like what we inserted before. All right, so this is it for this video, and see you on the next one. Alright, so just off to another video, and this one we're gonna fix a couple of bugs. Maybe we're adding actually a new feature. So I want to just, when the user goes ahead, we're still on second post, which has the ID of 2. When the user actually goes ahead and tries to change, maybe he changed his idea about this post or product or anything, right? Because this can be applied to anything. Maybe he want to change his own idea and he want to rate this like to 5, okay, instead of 4. If we look up over here at our own table, and if we browse, you can see that a new record was inserted, and that's all fine. But the thing that's not fine, if you look up over here, we're still having the old value, all right, of this same post, which is not what we need, because this will fill up our database and it will be flooded with actually unused data. So we need to go ahead when the user changes his idea about this post and he want to create another rating, we want to go ahead and delete the old rating right over here. So how exactly are we gonna do this? So this is pretty simple. If we go to insert, let's say, where is it? Yeah, insert dash ratings.php. We need to go ahead and just do a delete query right over here based on the post ID, actually, because we're actually deleting the old posts. The old data based on the post ID right over here, because this is the one that's common between the records. All right, so if you go up over here and if we're gonna go delete, and actually we are going to delete before we insert, right? Because if we did the delete query after we insert, we're gonna insert the query, we're gonna insert the data, and we are gonna delete after that. But no, we want to just delete the old data, so we're gonna go connection, this prepare, and we're gonna go delete from rates where post ID is equal to the post ID that we're actually getting from the form. All right, and that's all good. Now we can go ahead and just execute this delete. All right, so this should work fine. If we save this, go ahead now, maybe we will delete this. All right, and if we refresh this once more, you can see that it's still 4, just like what we have over here. And let's keep it to 5 now, and let's see what's gonna happen. And if we click on this, we go up over here, let's refresh this, you can see that we still have we have a new record, and the one the last one was deleted. We have now this record has the rating 5 inside it instead of 4. All right, and it still has the post ID, and it created this new ID right over here. If we actually look back at maybe first post, anything, it still has the rating of 4. All right, right over here, it's actually the first record. So if we go ahead and change it maybe to 1, let's see what's gonna happen to the first record. It's gonna get deleted, and now we're having another record down over here with an ID of 10. The ID actually doesn't matter, the post ID matters, and the rating also. So we have the post ID right over here, that's 1, and we have the rating right over here, which is 1, and this is what we need right over here. All right, so this is just a simple thing that I wanted to address in this video, and see you in the next projects. So now we're back to another video, and in this one we actually also have some bug to solve. It's not going to be that complicated. But if you look up over here, everything is the same, you know, the ratings are the same for this user. But actually, if we go ahead and try to log out right over here and try to grab maybe some other user credentials, and if we try to log in and sign in, so if you look up over here, you can notice that we still have the ratings for the last user. So this is not right. This is what we don't want. Okay, so we want every user to have his own rating, not some ratings for other users. So if you actually look up all the posts, they are gonna be the same, which is not what we want. So we need to do something with the session, and we need to store something in the database so we can actually check for it, and we can display the number of ratings or display the rating value based on it. So what we need for this one is to actually go ahead right over here, and we are going to insert, you know, we're going to insert the user ID along the line with the data that we actually have. So if you look up over here at the form, let's just copy this, and this is going to be maybe the user ID, and we're going to check for this in the session. All right, and we're going to keep it hidden, and the name is going to be also user ID, and the value it's going to be the session for this user. So we need to insert the session for this user, which is going to be a session user ID. And if you look up at the login right over here, you can see that we actually did not grab it. So if you created the project with me, the authentication system, we should grab the sessions right over here, and we only have a session for the username and for the email, and we're not going to use both of those. We need the ID. We need the ID of the user, because this is the one that it's completely unique, right? And we can check based on it. So we're gonna log out and then try this code, but let's go for now. We actually have now the user session right over here, and we can just insert it. So if we look down to the jQuery request, we're actually getting the whole form data with this line, so we do not need like to edit anything right over here. So if we go up in the insert-ratings.php, now we need to grab the data for the user ID, and this one is going to be user ID. And if you look up over here, it says, now let's leave this for now. We're gonna do something with the prepare, but with the delete, but we are gonna like work with the insert for now. So let's insert, let's complete what we started, and let's insert the user ID, and we're gonna give it a handler down over here, and let's give it an execute with the user ID. And all what we need now is to just go ahead right over here and like do a user ID column right over here. So let's keep it under rating. All right, so we're gonna go user underscore ID, and let's keep it for the length. We are gonna keep it only for 3, and let's save this. So all has zeros right over here, and that's fine for now. So after that, let's just go ahead to any post, maybe this first post right over here. So if you can see right over here, it still has it still has the same ratings as the last user, but that's all good for now. Well, maybe we will remove all of this. Let's remove all of this, so that's fine. And let's now just log out so we can actually get the user ID in the session. So if we log in once more, let's log in with this user. This video will take actually quite a work. So if you look up over here, you can see nothing is actually in the 3 posts because we've deleted the data, and that all makes sense, right? But if we try and click on this, so if we go up over here at the rates, you can see that the user ID is 0, or maybe just a minute. So as you can see right over here that we did not actually create the session yet, and I'm very sorry about that. I forgot to do it. So we can go user ID, and this is going to be the ID from the database. So if we save this, go back once more, let's log out. As I told you, this video will take quite a bit of work, so let's log in once more. Let's delete this. Alright, so if we go to users, let's grab this email. Let's sign in. So if we look up over here, we still have nothing in the 3 posts. Alright, so that's fine. But if we go up over here, and if we try to give this, you can see that the user ID is right over here. So if we give it OK, so if we go right over here to the rates, you can see now that we got the post ID, we got the rating, and we got the user ID, which is all what we need for now. And if we look up some other post, let's give this to, and if we go up over here, and as you can see, we have the post ID as 2, the rating is 2, and the user ID is actually 4, and that's all fine. So now we can go ahead and check for we can check for it right over here. Since we have the user ID, we can go ahead and check for it, and we can display the rating based on it. So we can go and rating user underscore ID. Let's check for it if it's set or not. So I'm gonna say if this is set, and rating over here, rating user ID is equal to the session, the value that's coming from the session, right? So now we're checking based on 3 things. We're checking if the rating is over there or not in the values that we're getting, and we're checking for the data that's coming, the data that's actually coming from this column right over here, and we're checking if it's equal to the session that's coming when we actually log in. Alright, so if we save this, go up over here, and let's see if we have any errors. If we refresh this, there is no errors, and if we refresh this, there is no errors. So let's just go ahead and log out from those, and let's sign in with another user. So if you look up over here, we're still having those 2 ratings for the post 1 and 2, and the user ID is 4 and 4. So if we go ahead now, and let's grab this user credentials, and let's go to login. Alright, so let's go to 1 and 2, which is, and you can see right over here we don't have any rating values, alright, for these users, despite the fact that we actually did it with another user. Alright, but if we go now and give it a 4, you can see that the user ID now it's 5, so it's different. And if we go up over here, all right, so we're having, yeah, so the problem is if you go up over here, add insert ratings, when we go ahead and actually insert some other value, it checks only for the post ID. So if the post ID is up here, it will actually delete the old data and place another data right over here. And it already did that with the user ID. It already did that actually with the post that has the ID too, and it did it for the user ID of 5 that we're actually logged in with. So now we need to check for both the post ID and the user ID. So we're gonna go the user and the user ID is equal to user ID. All right, so if we save this, go up over here. All right, so let's remove all of those so nothing will confuse us. All right, so if we refresh this, nothing. If we refresh this, nothing, of course. So if we go ahead and click on this, it says okay. All right, if we go up over here, you can see now we have the post ID is 2 and the rating is 4 and the user ID is 5. And if we go to this one, let's give it maybe 3 for the first post. So if we go up over here, so it says the post ID is 1, the rating is 3, and the user ID is still 5, and that's all fine. So let's go ahead and just log out and grab some other, maybe we'll grab this and log in, and let's sign in. Okay, let's grab the post 1 and 2. So you can see that right here it checks for the value and it checks for the user ID, and we did not do anything for this user, and we did not do anything for this user because it has the ID of 4 right over here, but the data that we're actually having has the ID of 5. All right, so we don't have, both of those will display as 0. All right, so if we go right over here now, let's click on OK. So it goes right over here and you refresh, you can see that we're actually having another record. All right, because we're now checking for both the post ID and the user ID. We're not only checking for the post ID. So this way we can actually post new ratings for every user. So if we click up over here, you can see that we're actually having different ratings, you know, for different users and different posts right over here. So this is looking perfect. We can actually try with another user if you like. So let's grab the credentials. I know the credentials for this user. I hope it has the same password. So if we click and if we log in, if we sign in, you can see that the password is wrong. So maybe we'll create another email. That's fine. Let's say at yahoo.com. Now let's register. So that's all fine. We can go now to log in. If we sign in once more, and if we click on both of those, if we go up over here to the register, you can see that we're having a new record with the ID. We're having a new user with the ID of 8, and of course both of those will be empty. So now we can just go for this one right over here, and if we refresh this, you can see that we did a rating for the post ID of 2, and we did a rating of 3, and the user ID is now 8, which is just as perfect as it gets. And let's give this to 5, and now we can go ahead and check for this. You can see the post ID now for is 1, and the rating is 5, and the user ID is 8. So this is perfect. So let's go ahead now and try. We refresh this once more. Okay, so let me just, so it was a pretty simple mistake. So basically since we're making everything complicated, we have to complicate a lot of things along with it. So here we're checking, we're grabbing, you know, the ratings based on the post ID only, which is not what we need. We need to also grab it with, you know, the user ID. So we're gonna go when we are gonna grab them from the session. So we need session user ID right over here. So maybe we do not need this. So to look up over here, now it should work. We're grabbing everything based on the post ID and the user ID, because those are the bosses right over here. They are the bosses in the query, and this query right over here, and in this query, and they have to be included in every like query that we're working with, and this one too. All right, so everything is basically the same, just because we're complicating stuff a bit right over here. So if we now refresh this, so the rating should be over there, and if we are refreshing this, the rating should be up there. So the post that has the ID of 1 and the user of 8 should have 5 in it. So if we're looking up over here, the post that has the ID of 1 has a rating of 5, and has the ID of has a user ID of 8. And if we look up over here, so the post that has the ID of 2 and the user ID of 8 has like in the rating has 3. So if we look up over here, here is the user ID of 8, and here is the rating of 3 right over here, and here is the post ID right over here. So yeah, I know that this was quite a lot of work for the rating, but you know, it's a bit of complicated system, to be honest. So we have to make validations, we have to make stuff like that, and that's actually it for this video. Alright, so we're back with another project, and in this one we are going to build a weather app. Alright, and in order to do this, we need to use some kind of weather API, right? So if you don't know API, it's just I dedicated this video only to explain what APIs are, how they work, and all of that. Just like sit back, relax, and pay attention. There is no coding in this video. Right, so if you look up over here, we have the first point and says what exactly is an API. So basically an API is an application programming interface. So think of it just like a middleman, right? If we look up over here at this image, maybe you're the guy right over here, you're using your laptop, you're using your tablet or mobile phone, and you process some kind of payment. You want to buy something, you're looking for a job, so you search for something. Maybe you want to book a flight or like make anything online. You're actually using an API without even knowing it. So basically an API is a way, is the middleman right here. You give it some kind of request, it goes ahead and goes ahead for some kind of database or some kind of service, and it asks the service for the information that you want, and the information gives the response back to the API, and the API gives the response back to you. All right, so this is exactly it. There is no complications about it. An API is just a middleman. Think of it like a program. Okay, it's not a program, but think of it a program. It's just a connector All right, it's just like the waiter in restaurants. Okay, you ask it for something, you ask it for some kind of food or a drink. He goes ahead to the kitchen and he prepares it, and he comes back right again with the food that you order. All right, so this is how it works. This is what an API is. So if you look at the second point right over here, it says why do we use them as programmers actually. All right, so why do we use APIs as programmers? Well, the most like the basic answer for this is basically they are affordable, right, in terms of money, time, and energy. So for the example that we are going to do in the next video, it's going to be a weather API. All right, and like with a weather API might grab some temperature or some kind of information from a satellite or anything like that. So of course, we as normal people, as normal programmers, we can't afford satellites. And maybe even if everybody like has his own satellite, why would everybody or why would every one of us just goes ahead and writes his own API to grab this kind of data from the satellite, this real-time data from the satellite? Why don't we just go ahead and why don't just one of us write this program and everybody else can use it, since a lot of us actually need to build this weather app. All right, so, and of course this will save us a lot of time, of course energy, and money. Of course not everybody has like the money for a satellite. Just few people on earth who has this amount or this much money. All right, so a weather API that we're talking about, basically somebody else wrote it and he put it up there for us so we can actually just use it right away. And of course, as we see also in programming, if it's already dead, you don't need to do it from scratch. If some other programmer wrote something and you can benefit from it, just go ahead and take it right away and use it on your app. Of course, like as long as you're like you know what you're doing. All right, so this is basically it for the second point. We use it because it's affordable. All right, and the third point right over here, it says real world examples. And of course, like the most basic example of this, or one of the most basic examples, is just the weather APIs that we are going to do. And if you look up over here, we have another example, which is the Google and Facebook logins. You know, and 100% you run into one of those websites, so asks you for basically you can log in with Google and Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or any other website. So you don't actually need to go ahead and fill in the registration form and then log in and all of that. You can just go quickly and log in into the website with using your Google information, Google account information, or your Facebook account information, or anything like that. All right. Oh, we have like a third example right here, which is the payment processors like PayPal, Stripe, or anything like that. They're basically just another way. There are other kinds of APIs, right? And of course, we have a lot more to add to this point, just like maybe Google Maps. Google Maps, of course, is some other some kind of API. All right, and we have a lot more actually to do with this. If you go to Google and you type in of APIs, you are going to find a bunch of things right here. You can see Twitter bots, the login that we already give, the Google Maps, the travel booking, and the e-commerce. You can find a bunch of information about this point, right? So basically, this is how APIs like control our own world, or it's basically connecting everything to everything, right? So if we look at the fourth point right over here, we can say types of APIs, and there are like massive number of categories that we can talk about. for types of APIs. Maybe we'll pick the public APIs, which is everybody like has the accessibility to, and the REST APIs maybe the REST APIs like use it if you want to, like if you already have some kind of website, and if you want to build a mobile app for it, you create some kind of REST API. Maybe you can create it with PHP, or maybe you can create it with Laravel, Slim, or Node.js and Express. You know, every programming language has its own way of creating REST APIs, so you can actually create it to give it to a mobile developer, and he will actually turn your code into a mobile app, and it will be the website, the code on the website, and the code for the mobile app. They both access the same database, and they can work with the same database, and they will work perfectly. And this is an example of an API that's connected to a database. He just goes ahead and grabs the information, and that's basically it. And we have the SOAP right over here, which is just kind of similar to the REST API, I would say, but it's built for big stuff like corporations, enterprises, and stuff like that. So I'm not gonna talk a lot about it, you know, just not to confuse you. And of course we have private APIs, and of course APIs can be premium, they can be free, and all of that. There are massive number of stuff that we can talk about at this point, but I don't want to go ahead and overcomplicate things. Maybe we'll take some kind of example. I will show you a test case or a use case for the public APIs. If we look up over here, we can say JSON placeholder API, and if we take this one, this is like some kind of fake data for an API. Maybe you're creating some kind of blog or anything like that. You can access this, and you can actually, this is a way actually to grab the data with JavaScript. So if you look up over here at the resources, you can say JSON placeholder comes with a set of 6 common resources. You can grab posts for your blog, you can grab comments, you can grab albums, photos, to-dos, or you can grab just users right away. All right, and these here are some kind of routes. So basically, APIs work with routes, get, post, put, and batch, internet protocols and stuff like that. So if we like grab this right away, you can see that if we grab the post, it gives us like 100 posts right over here. All right, so you can actually grab them and put them on your website. We can grab one of them only by the ID. If we give it an ID of 1, you can see that it grabs this right away, and this is how public APIs work. All right, so everybody can access them, everybody can do whatever they want with them. You can actually go ahead and insert data into this website, but it will not stay on the server, to be honest. All right, so I hope that you're not confused for now. This is just a basic example of what you can do with public APIs. So this is basically it for the APIs. I did this video like 1,000 times, and something goes wrong, okay? But I just wanted to talk about APIs, and if you're still more curious about this, you can just go ahead and go to this link right over here. Okay, you can say Alt X soft, and it talks about APIs in massive details right over here. What is an API? Definition, types, specifications, documentation, and all of that. So it basically talks a lot about a great deal of information about APIs. All right, and of course you can just type it into Google. There is this video on YouTube that a lot of people saw, and here is the video. you can watch this video. It will also give you a simple explanation about it. Okay, just go on YouTube and type in ABI, what's an ABI, and all of that. So
connectivity is an amazing thing.
So yeah, this is basically it for this video, and in the next one we are gonna go ahead and write our own weather app. Alright, so now we can go ahead and start building our own weather app. Right, but before we go ahead and go to the Open Weather ABI website, I want to go ahead and introduce you to this design. You will get this design in the resources folder. Just look it up. All right, so basically it's just a simple bootstrap code, stuff like that. So here we're including the bootstrap code. We have some kind of style down over here, and the main thing that we have is the form, and we have inside the form some input with type text, name is city, you know, and we have some kind of button down over here. The button has the type of submit and the name of submit, and yeah, this is basically it. We're just grabbing some bootstrap CDNs down over here. It's no biggie if we save this whole thing. If we go like to our own index.php page, which is actually, I have it down over here. It's ht docs. If we look at weather, I have the weather folder right here inside ht docs, and I have index.php, which I grabbed in my Visual Studio Code right over here. So this is what we are going to be working with. So yeah, this is everything that we need for the design. It's pretty simple. We are gonna let the user like enter some kind of city, and we're going to click on submit, and this is where the user will get his own information. So the whole scenario of this thing, we are going to grab a link that and we are going to like to give it some kind of request with an ID of city, right, which the user will enter, and then we will get back the temperature as a response, or maybe we'll get some other information as well. All right, so basically the website for the ABI is Open Weather, and this is one of the most popular weather ABIs. It's known for easy, like it's pretty simple and easy. You can just go ahead to the documentation and work your way throughout it, throughout the code. It's pretty simple. So if you go to the website, you're probably gonna get like some kind of login and registration. You can like register for a new account, and you can just go ahead and create your new account, and you will go right away to the index page after that. So I've already like create my own account. If you look up over here, if I go to ABI right over here, you can see that we actually have a bunch of plans right over here, a bunch of subscriptions, stuff like that, that we can use. We can use any one of those. So but I'm gonna go ahead with the most simplistic thing for this website, or for this app. I'm going to go for the current weather data, because that's what we need. We need the user to submit and get the current user for some for the city that he wants the temperature for, or the weather for. So if we actually click on ABI docs, it will send us the documentation for this plan. So if we just look down over here, if we look up over here to the API call, this is our own link that we are going to grab, we are going to get the information from. If you actually copy this whole thing, you go up over here, this is what the user will go to when he wants to get this, the weather for a certain city. So we base it up over here. If we explain it a bit, if you look up over here, it says abi.openweathermap.org data, and this is the version. and it says right over here the weather, and we have right over here, and this is like the main thing, this is what I want to explain the most. We have two parameters right over here after this sign. We're saying right here we have the city name, and this is going to be dynamic, and we have the app ID, which is the API key. So some APIs provide some kind of key that you can use actually when you want to go ahead and work with this API. So we need to get some kind of API, and of course we have it. If we have the the app ID or the API key once we create our own account. So if we click on this API key, you can see that we have our API key right over here, so we can copy it. We can actually make a couple more if you want to, but I'm going to copy like the existing one, and if I'm going to paste it right over here. All right, so now in order for this to work, I also need some kind of city name. So for the city name, let's say Berlin, and we actually click. You can say, of course, we're getting our own data right here, so this works like perfectly. If you look up over here, this whole thing is called this is basically JSON data, and if you don't know anything about JSON, just a JavaScript technology that allows you to format your data in a more beautiful way. It works really good with APIs, stuff like that. Well, before JSON we were working with XML, but it was not that beautiful, it was not that user friendly as JSON. So we're saying right here it's a big array, and inside every array we have some kind of objects. We have objects, we have arrays inside this big array right over here. So the main thing that we need to grab from this one is inside the weather, this big weather array right over here. We need to grab the main clear. This is the first piece of information that we are going to grab, and this is like the status of the temperature. All right, so if we look up over here, we have we have main right over here, and we have the temperature, and this is what we need to grab. This is like the most important thing that we need to grab, which is the temperature, and it's 290.6 because it's in Kelvin, not in Celsius. We are going, of course, like to turn it into Celsius, and if we look up over here, we don't need if you look over here at the country, it says DA, which is Deutsch, of course, Germany. If we look up over here, we can say we have actually the name for the city that we entered, which is Berlin, right over here, which means that this is working dynamically. And we have the code right over here, and this code right over here allows us actually to know the status of the request. So if the code is equal to 200, that means that everything is working perfectly. All right, so yeah, this is basically what we need to grab, just a couple little things from this whole thing. And this is, as I said, JSON, so we need to turn this to PHP arrays so we can actually work with it, and we can grab our own data, and we will do this. So how exactly are we going to work with this? It's pretty simple. We are going to grab the link. If we grab it once more, that's fine. And if we go right over here, all right, so if we open up PHP, let's close it, and if we go FS set, and we need to check for the the form submission at first. Submit. We need to check if the inputs are empty or not. So we're gonna say if post city is equal to nothing or identical to nothing, we're gonna go ahead and echo out empty input, write a city name, and if it's not empty, as always, we will process this whole thing. So we're gonna grab the data that the user entered. So we're gonna go post city, which is the name that if you actually go up over here, you can find right over here. And we need now like to grab, as I said, we grab the link. So how exactly are we going to get the data from the link? Are we gonna like create some kind of link down here and allow the user to click on it? No, we will use some kind of PHP function, which is the like get contents, which will allow us like to grab the data from the link that we are going to paste in right now. So if we go data file get contents, as you're seeing right over here, so this will allow us to grab like the data from this link. If we look over here, here's the city name, and we're going to like to concatenate this dynamically. City that we got from the user, and here is the app ID. The app ID, we look up over here, we can grab it, paste it right over here. All right, so this part now is done. So after we get the data from the page, let's go ahead and actually print our data so we can test it, and let's see what it looks like if we save this whole thing. And let's go now and refresh this whole thing. So let's enter a name of a city, maybe it's Cairo, and if we submit this whole thing, you can see that we actually got the data right over here. And of course it's still JSON, so we're getting this whole thing after we click on the submit, which is what we need. So basically, to turn this JSON data to PHP arrays, or to an array of objects with PHP, we need to go ahead and use the JSON decode. JSON decode is just a function. Will take the PHP the JSON data, and it will turn into PHP arrays. So if we actually go whether maybe it's equal to JSON decode, let's grab in the data that's coming from the link, and if we go now and print our this, refresh this whole thing, and let's enter a city name. We submit this whole thing. You can see now, you look at it, we can say this is like the shape of PHP arrays. You can see that we have the equal sign and we have the greater than sign. You can say that if we look up over here, we have the name, which is Dubai, and we have the code that's 200, and we got the main description, and we got this whole things that we can actually need for our own user to access. And if you still like don't recognize the difference, if you go up over here, you can say JSON to object PHP align, and this website will turn JSON, and this website will turn the JSON data that we got over here to PHP. So if we copy this whole thing, can actually notice the difference. There is a column right over here rather than like the equal sign and the greater than sign. But if we convert this to PHP array, you can see right over here, this is the difference between both of them. And if your data is not displaying in this beautiful way, you can actually download this extension. I have it over here. No, more tools, The extension name is JSON viewer, so it's right over here. This extension will display your data, your JSON data, just like I'm displaying it right over here. This stuff will show up and it will be displayed this way, so you can go ahead and download it. All right, so now we've got our own data as PHP. We can go ahead now and make use of it. We go up over here. If we go ahead and echo out whether, let's say we're going to echo code, since that this is our own array right now, we can access the stuff inside the big array as that we are going to access it in every PHP array that has ever been created. So if we save this whole thing, maybe it will print R, not echo. If we save this, we go ahead now and write in Cairo. If we submit this whole thing, then it said cannot use object of array class as array. So let me go back, and basically to solve this problem, it's pretty simple. All what we need to do right over here, we can go true. All right, this is what we forgot, so this will work. So we go back, enter any city name, submit. You can see that we got 200 right over here, which means that this is working perfectly. All right, so now since we have the array, we can access anything inside it. So we can go, let's just comment this for a minute, and we can go pull weather. All right, the temperature or the weather, and we are going to concatenate the city and city, which is the city that the user will enter as. And now we can go ahead and get this main right over here. And in order to get this, we will go to the big array, which is weather, and we are going to go to this weather, inside it. We are going to go to the big weather, to the big array, and we're going to go to the array inside it, which is weather, and then we will snap main. And in order to do this, it's pretty simple. We're going to go weather, which is our own big array, and we're going to go for main, no, not main, weather, and we are going to go for 0, and after 0 we're going to go to main right over here, and there we got our own main, which is the main description for the weather. And we are going to go and temperature, and temperature as, and we are going to get the temperature now. And if we look up over here at the link, if we look down, the temperature is over here, so we need to go to main, and inside main we will get temperature right away. So we're gonna go weather, main, and inside main of course we need to concatenate this. Inside main we need, as we're saying right over here, we need temperature, temp, and yeah, as we're saying right over here, and maybe that will be it, but we're not gonna display this just right away because this will be in Kelvin, We don't need it in Kelvin, we need it in Celsius. So we're gonna go temp and Celsius is equal to, and we are gonna like give it this minus 273, and this will give us the Celsius, and we are going to wrap it inside int val, and the int val function will actually give us the integer out of this equation. We need the integer right away, right? And now we can go ahead and make use of this just by going ahead and paste it right over here. All right, so I'm guessing now that everything is working perfectly. So now we need to go ahead and equate out down there. So we're gonna go f fall weather. We're gonna use them like the shorthand PHP right away, and we're gonna go end f. Right, so we're gonna go dev class alert success pg success, and this basically bootstrap stuff, text white, and we are gonna echo out this variable echo fall weather. All right, and we are gonna close the dev right now. So yeah, this should be everything. It's not that complicated when you think about it, but of course this will trigger an error when we actually go ahead and copy this and echo out this thing right over here, because it will not identify this variable because it's inside this block, this else block. So we need to go ahead now and set it right over here to nothing, so the script will identify this variable. All right, so if we save this whole thing, go right over here and refresh this. All right, so if we go right over here and enter some kind of city name, and if we click on submit, you can see that right here the weather in Cairo is clouds. Just basically the description of the weather is clouds or cloudy or anything like that, and the temperature is 27. All right, let's try one more. Tokyo. So the weather in Tokyo is actually clouds also, and the temperature is 13. All right, and if we look at Berlin, all right, the weather in Berlin is clear. The temperature is 17. All right, so as you're seeing right over here, it's not that complicated. We just checked for the form submission, and we grabbed our own data with this function to work with it, and we grabbed it as JSON. And to turn this to PHP arrays, which we are going to be working with, we used JSON decode. We gave it the data that we picked up, and now we got the temperature in Celsius instead of Kelvin, and we're echoing out everything right over here. Since we turned everything to an array, we grabbed our own array, and we went for an array inside, and we went for the first element, which is main, to get the description for the temperature, to get the description for the weather, and for the temperature right over here we equate out our temperature in Celsius. All right, so maybe we can go up over here and put a big C or something for Celsius, and the form, and right at the bottom of the form we went ahead and actually equate out our own fall weather down over here variable that we created up over here. So it was nothing big actually, and this is it for this video, and see you on the next project. Hello guys, and what's going on? So now we're back with another project, and in the next couple of videos we're going to build a like and a dislike system. And this is a little cool project, but yet it's very interesting, practical, and it's actually real world like, because if you look at Facebook, Instagram, both of them have actually the like functionality or the dislike functionality. Right, and if you actually look at YouTube too, you see the subscription button is actually similar to how the like button works, and of course YouTube has the like button as well. So you're gonna have fun. Just stay tuned. All right, so basically, in order to build this project, we need to work with Ajax and jQuery. All right, and if you're not familiar with any of them, Ajax stands for asynchronous JavaScript and XML. And it's basically a JavaScript technology that allows us to do stuff on our page without like the page reloads or anything like that. So basically, if you look at Facebook, when you click on the like button, the page does not reload to process the like functionality. Or when you actually go ahead and try to comment on a post, the page doesn't reload, right? So this basically how it works. I would say that Facebook does not use Ajax, it uses like React, stuff like that, but it's kind of similar to like the work, I would say, in the same ways. All right, and we are gonna use jQuery. We can use JavaScript with Ajax, but it's very I would say it's very old, and I would say it's also complicated. And we're not gonna do just something big and complicated when we build something like that, and it's actually not that necessary. So we are gonna use jQuery. And if you're not familiar with it, a jQuery is basically a JavaScript library. So the main function or the main role of jQuery is actually going to facilitate a lot of things. We are going to use symbol lines here and there just to process our own design and just to work with Ajax fast and easy. All right, so we are going to use both of those to build a project, and now we can go ahead and just build our own project right now. I would say I can take this in one shot and it will be like a 30 minutes video, but you know, why doing this when we can actually just do it on three simple videos, so you don't get bored. So in this project, I'm just going to show you the design. I'm going to like show you the data that we are going to be working with, create the database, like echo out the data on our website, and some other stuff along the way. All right, so if we look up over here, I'm right over here at my likes dash system in the htdocs folder. I have only one file, which is index.php. I've grabbed it right over here, and this is the design that we are going to be working with. And of course you will get this, just look up like always the resources file. So we have over here a head tag with the title, and we have the link for bootstrap as always, the bootstrap.main.css, and we have a container down over here, and this is the main thing that we are going to be working with. If you can see that right over here, this is like the card, and we have the card body, and we have a card title over here, and we have consider this as posts. All right, and we have over here some kind of paragraph for this post, and we have the button, and when this is our own like button that we are going to be working with. Here is the word like, and we actually have like the number of likes for every post that we have over here, and we have another post that looks similar, it's identical actually to this post right over here. So we have two posts right over here we are going to be working with. So if you look up over here, we still have the title, we have the text for this post, and we have the button right over here. We have this function right over here, this JavaScript function that we are going to be working with. Of course, it's right over here also. And we have the like over here, and we have like the number of likes for this post. And if we look down over here, we have like our scripts, tags, and we're actually grabbing everything as a CDN. If you look up over here, we have the jQuery, and we have Bootstrap, and we have all this stuff that we have worked with like 1,000 times. Alright, so just look up the resources file and you'll find this. And if I go to my local host /likes -sys, and if I press, this should show up right over here. So I have first post and second post. So the first thing that we are going to work with is actually the config file, because we are gonna grab everything from the database and we're going to perform everything with the database, just like when you go ahead and build a real world project. And you can actually take this, if you follow along with the course, you can take this one actually and you can integrate it in the PHP gallery. Okay, you can actually go ahead and integrate this and work with it and fix some bugs, add some stuff, and this will work fine. You can allow the users to the images inside the PHP gallery project in this course. All right, so let me go ahead just and create config.php file and paste this. Sorry, so let me create it just right away, or let me just stop this and I will go ahead and paste. So I just wanted to go ahead and paste this right away so we don't waste any more, so I don't waste any more of your time. So we actually save this. Just go ahead, you can actually stop the video and write it, or you can paste it from another project that we did. All right, so if you look up over here, we have the host, we have the DB name, and we will change this to maybe likes system, which is the name of the database, and we have the user and we have the password. And if you look up over here, we have this line that will actually allow us to connect to our database every time we do some certain query or anything like that. So if we save this whole thing and go ahead right over here, just open up your PHP MyAdmin and go databases, or you can just click right over here and go like this, likes-system. And now we look up over here, we have our own database. You will look up over here, we have our own database. It's completely empty. All right, so now let's go ahead and right over here, we can go and select our own data from the database, and we can go PHP. We are going to select everything dynamically. Select connection query, select all from hosts, let me go ahead, select, execute, and now we need to fetch this rows. We're gonna go select fetch all video, fetch all bg. All right, so we need to actually require our own config file, require config in order to use the config, or in order to use the connection, this connection right over here. So I'm saying that all this is good. So if we go actually over here, we can just delete this one, we don't need it. And we need to loop through our own data, and we did not actually create the table yet that we'll create just now. Just go ahead and loop through our own data. So if we're gonna go for each rows as row, and I know that we did this 1,000 times, but it's necessary for me at least to do everything with a database. So we're gonna go PHP echo row, and we're gonna echo out the title. All right, so we're not gonna actually we are just gonna leave this static, I'm not gonna like insert some kind of text inside over here, so we're gonna leave it static. The most important things are the title for me, the ID, and the likes, the number of likes. So if we go up over here, this is the number of likes. We are gonna go likes, and we are going to like to finish this thing up, so we're gonna go PHP and for each. So we did not do anything that's new in this video. All what we did, we grabbed our own data with a select query right over here, we executed and we fetch it, and we went up over here. We're saying for each rows that we have, like create this instance for us, or create this object for us, so we can actually instantiate it, and we can grab every instance that we need as the title and as the likes over here. All right, so let's save this whole thing and go back over here and create our own posts table. Let's say we need 5. We're gonna go, well, first of all, as always, we need the ID, and the ID is going to be auto increment primary key, and we need the title. It's going to be varchar, maybe 200 is fine, and we're gonna need the likes, which is going to be the number of likes, and we are gonna need this to be like, maybe we'll leave this as integer, we will keep it 3. Right over here, maybe we can do something like created at, we can go not varchar, we can go timestamp, and for the default value we're gonna leave it as current timestamp, so it will grab the current time. And if we click on save, you can see right over here that everything working perfectly. So if we go ahead right over here and click on this, we can insert something. I would say the title first, title, and maybe this one will have like 4 likes, and for this one we are going to say second title, and this one's gonna have 3 likes. And if we go, all right, so if we browse, so you can see that we created our own data right over here. Let's go ahead and refresh this and see what's gonna happen. So if you look up over here, you can see that now our data is being like dynamically placed in our page. We equate everything out dynamically, and if you don't believe me, you can look up over here. We changed this to 2, so now you can see that right over here. You can see that right over here it's changing to 2 also. All right, so this is basically it for this video. In the next video, we're gonna go ahead and actually like insert the likes right over here in the likes column. All right, we are going to like do it without refreshing the page with Ajax. All right, so see you in the next video. So now we're back once again, and in this one we are going to actually process the like process. So if you look up over here, what we need to do with this project is when we click on this right over here, we want to get the ID of the post, and we want to get the value of actually the like system. So we are going to work with only 2 values. We are going to work with 1 or 0. So if we click on this, and if we like this post, like the number 1 will appear right over here in the likes column. All right, and if we click on it once more, when it's liked, it will dislike it. All right, so we will actually keep this as 0. All right, and we will go back to the normal state as the like button. So this is how it will work, and everything will be cleared out once we actually go ahead and work with it. So if we look up over here, we have the button down over here, and we have this onClick function, which is actually JavaScript. So if we give it some kind of function right over here, and we can go update record, because it's actually an update thing. So we are going to give it two parameters. Well, first of all, the ID, and after that we are going to give it the value. All right, so we need to go ahead and copy this and go up over here. Maybe we'll do it after the link. Right, we are going to go script because it's JavaScript. So jQuery is JavaScript, or actually jQuery, Ajax, JavaScript, they both fall under the same category. So we're gonna go script, and we are gonna go function, and this is how you write a function in JavaScript. You just write the word function and you give it the function name, and you close this. Of course, we need this. We need to pass in two parameters right here, which is the ID and the value that we're actually getting from right over here from the button when it's clicked, as you're seeing right over here. All right, so we're gonna go now with Ajax, and and Ajax works like this. So we need the $sign, dot, and we need Ajax, and we need to open it and just do this array or object curly braces, and we need to go right over here and supply a couple of things. Well, first of all, I would say the type, and the type of this is going to be post request. Well, let's keep it like this. All right, and the URL, and the URL for the PHP page that we are going to be working with, it's going to be update.php. And the third thing, it's going to be data, and the data, it's going to be like this. We're actually going to be providing the ID and the value right now. So we're gonna go ID is actually equal to, and we're gonna concatenate this, and this is how you concatenate in JavaScript. Okay, the plus sign or the addition sign, and we're gonna go like we're gonna increment the ID that we are getting from up over here, and we are gonna concatenate this because we need another value right here, or another parameter, and we are gonna go and first val is equal to, and we are going to concatenate this to the val right over here. All right, so let's finish this, and we're gonna go the last thing right over here. We're gonna go cache is equal to false. All right, and if we close this, I'm thinking that we are actually ready right now. But if let's grab this and now create our own update page, because this whole Ajax thing, it will process this page actually. Just we can go ahead and update this whole thing. All right, so if we go update, update.php, and if we go right over here, PHP, and if we require our own config.php, and if we're gonna see if is set, we're gonna check first for post the ID that we are grabbing, and we are gonna check also for the value post val is set. Now we need to perform our own query. Now we've made sure that we actually have the ID of the post, and we have the value for the post. We need to go ahead and grab those two. So we're gonna go post the ID, because we are gonna do an update query. So we need to grab also the value. All right, then we're gonna go update is equal to connection prepare update posts set we look up over here, set likes, which what we need to change is equal to the value that we're getting, which is going to be either 1 or 0, where the ID, because we need to specify the post that we are going to be changing, and we need like just to execute this, and this is going to be it. So yeah, this is what we need to do. So basically the Ajax request will process this page, so we're requiring just the config right over here. And what we're doing is we're making sure that we actually have our own ID for the post, and we have the value which is the like or the dislike, and if we grab both of them, now we can update the likes value into our own database based on the ID that we're grabbing, and we're executing this whole thing. So let's like save this whole thing. We look up over here in the index. Now we can pass in our dynamic data actually by we already have our own data through the for each from the last episode, and we can go ahead right over here. So right over here we need the ID for the post, and right over here we need the like. So we're gonna go likes, like, and we are gonna add only 1 to this. So if we look up over here, if we click on the button, it will give this the ID, and it will like update this whole thing with 1. All right, so I actually need those two to be 0. Of course, if you're building a full website, every post will have like 1,000 different likes from 1,000 people, right? But this is not what we're doing. I'm only just a one user, and this is not even a complete website. This is just an application. So we're gonna like and dislike, and that's going to be it. So we are gonna now we're grabbing the zeros that we have in our database, and we are gonna add 1 to it. All right, so if we save this, you can see that everything looks pretty neat right over here. Yeah, I'm sensing that we're actually gonna have an error because, you know, this is JavaScript, should have an error. So if we refresh, we should now click on this, and it will update the post with the ID 1 with 1 right over here. So if we click on it, okay, so basically nothing happens. Now we need to go and like refresh this. You can see that, wow, voila, it actually worked from the first try. I don't know what's happening to it. I guess this is my lucky day. So it's actually got incremented by 1. And if we also try this, hopefully it works. So you can see that right over here, this one also works. So this is the purpose of this video, just liking, like changing everything without refreshing the page with Ajax right over here. So in the next couple of episodes, of course, we need like to change the design for the button when it's actually liked. And we need like to display everything right over here dynamically without also refreshing the page. This is going to be like the number of likes for this video. All right, and of course we are gonna do the dislike. So when it's actually liked, we can click on it and we'll go like once again. And of course those the data right here should be 0 as it was before. All right, so this is it for this video, and see you on the next one. So now we're back once again, and I would say would be the last video in this little project. So if we go up over here, I want to check first if actually the button is liked or not with PHP only. And then we are gonna go ahead and like change the design with jQuery. All right, so if I go up over here at the button, and if I go if actually if row likes is identical to 0, and that means that the button is not liked yet. So I'm gonna go ahead and display the button with this text like, so the user can actually like it. And if it's already liked, then and if it has like the value of 1, which is not 0, that means it's already liked. So I'm gonna go ahead and go up over here. I'm gonna say else. I'm going to display this right over here, which will like give the user the button with the liked value right over here. And of course, if it's liked, we're gonna make this minus 1, so it will actually get the data inside the column to 0 again. So we can display this once more right over here with the F right over here. All right, so now we can just finish this PHP and F. All right, so again, if you're not following and if you're lost, we're checking if the button is liked or not, and we're checking by saying if the likes inside our database, inside this column right here, if it's equal 0, that means that the user did not like this post. And if he did not like it, we're gonna display the like word inside the button itself. The text of the button, it's going to be like, and if he clicks on it, we are gonna like increment the 0 inside database with 1. And if it's not 0, that means it's 1. So if it's else, if we're gonna go ahead and display the button liked right over here, which means that the user already liked this post. And if he clicks on it once again, that means he want to dislike this post. So we are gonna like decrement this, we're gonna make the value of the likes inside our database like -1, so it will actually get it back to 0 once again. All right, so if we save this whole thing, if we go up over here and refresh this, you can see that right over here everything is changing just because we refresh this. And we will make everything we will make everything real time, so we don't actually have to refresh. But if we click right over here on liked, if we go back, refresh, you can see that this is back to 0 once again. And of course we need to refresh this in order to work for now. So we can see that we got the like button once more. All right, and if we try also this, which is already liked, if we clicked on it, if we go right over here, you can see that now it's back to 0, which means that the user disliked this post once more. And if we refresh, you can see that we got the like once again. All right, so now let's go and do some jQuery design, and we will do everything in real time so we don't have to refresh this whole thing. So if we go down over here after the script, and if we go script, and if we go document dot ready, we are going to trigger a function. And this is how you start working with jQuery. You have to write this. If you did not write this line, the document ready, the jQuery code will not work. All right, so we're gonna go with
button. We are gonna snap the button, which is actually every button that we have inside, whether it's like or dislike. All right, so we're snapping the button element right here, dot click. We are gonna click when it's clicked, the click event will trigger some kind of function right over here. All right, so for this function, we are gonna see if if this, which refers to actually the actual button that we're clicking on. This keyword refers to the button itself. If this dot text, the text inside this button, is actually equal to like, we need to go ahead and change it back to liked. All right, so we are gonna change it to like once it's clicked on, and else we are gonna change it back to like. All right, so we're not doing anything big. All what we're doing right over here, if we clicked on this button right over here, we are gonna trigger a function, and the function have an if statement inside it. So if the text of this button is like right over here, and the text is right over here as we're saying, so if the text is like, we are going to change it to liked, and if it's not, we are just gonna keep it back as like right over here. All right, so maybe if the button is actually liked, we can add some kind of class, CSS class red right over here, and let me grab the red. We will change it style. We will change the color of the button to red when we actually click it, if it's liked. So we're gonna go red, background, color, we can go red, and that's actually it. All right, so now let's just save this and let's try it out. So you can see that right here everything is 0 in the likes right over here, and those two are like and like. So if we click on it, you can see that right here is changing, just like what we did right over here in the jQuery. And if we look up over here, you can see that it's still working, still giving us like. And if we click on this once again, you can see that now it's changing to likes. And if we refresh this whole thing, it will just go back to like. So if we actually refresh them, they will work just they will turn red, and we don't need to refresh anything. So let's now work with the refresh thing right over here. So let me just go right over here and try this function without refresh. So let's go ahead and go set interval right over here. This function, we used it in a project before, and this function will be triggered every couple of seconds. So we're gonna go function, and we're gonna snap the whole body in the page, and we are gonna go dot load index dot php. Right, so
Yeah, like my keyboard is changing, I don't know. Index.php, and here we can like put like 4,000 milliseconds, which it means like 4 seconds. So basically we're triggering this function when we click on the button. So now it will not work unless we actually call it. So we are gonna go, this is how you call a function simply in PHP, simply of course in jQuery or JavaScript, just like it's basically just like this is how you call it in JavaScript. This is basically just like when you call it in PHP. It's all the same. So if we save this whole thing, so this function is being triggered and it will refresh the body inside the index.php, which we're actually working with every 4,000 milliseconds. So if we save this whole thing, let's go back right over here and refresh this. Let's click back, let's dislike this, and you can see right now it's getting back to like, and it's turning to the blue. So if we refresh this whole thing, you can see now that this is 0. And if we click on this once more, you can see right now it's going back to 0. And as you're seeing right here, everything is working perfectly. Let's try and insert another post. We're gonna say post 3, and let's set this maybe to 0. Let's go and refresh this whole thing. So if we look up over here, this post is fresh, it's not liked. So if we click on this, so as you can see right here, it's turning to red, which is what we need, and this is changing to 1. This is going to be the number of posts, as the number of likes. As I said, I'm just displaying this to know what's going on. But if you create like if you integrate this in your website, you're going to like to count the number of this for every user. All right, just like Facebook and Instagram, stuff like that, you're going to display the number of likes, but I am the only user right over here. All right, so if we click on browser, you can see that the post 3 now is liked. So let's click on it again once more. You can see now that it's going back, and if we click on this, you can see now none of the posts are liked by the user. So yeah, this is how it works basically. So you can see that you can now take this and include it in your project. Everything is working fine and perfect, and see you on the next project. Right, so now we're back again with a mini project, and in this one we are going to create a simple CV builder. And the whole purpose of this project is actually teaching you how to build or how to deal with PHP files, how to deal with files in PHP and stuff like that. So we are going to like set up some kind of form, and we are going like to generate a file from it, okay, a PDF file as a CV. All right, so we're not gonna do that just yet. Well, first of all, we have to install some kind of library so we can manage that, and we are going to install the MPDF library for PHP, and we are going to open up the documentation, and we are going to deal with everything as I will explain in this video just in a minute. All right, but in this video we are going just to do a simple example of actually saying how things will work for us. But for in the next video we are gonna actually set up the form, and we are going to make everything dynamically. All right, so if I go up over here in my browser, and if I type in MPDF, it's basically one of the most popular libraries, PHP libraries, when you actually deal with files, so it's file creation and stuff like that. Just type in MPDF PHP, and if we go to the first link, mpdf.github.io, you can see that we're actually right over here in the documentation. And if we go to installation and setup, let's go to the first one, which is installation version 7. you actually look up over here, you can see that we have this installation line, and this will install it with Composer. All right, and if you're not familiar with Composer, if you don't know what Composer is, it's basically like a package manager. It deals with files and it manages PHP files and projects, and it allows you to actually set up all what you need when you build PHP projects. So it allows you to set up libraries, frameworks, stuff like that. So if you don't have it on your machine, just go ahead and type in Composer, and you'll actually access the website and you will download it right away. Okay, or just watch a simple video on YouTube on how to download it, and it's really easy and simple. Just next, and you will like set it up right away. So if I copy this one right over here, and if I go to my root folder, I have this cv-builder in my htdocs. If I actually go up and open up my terminal, if you don't have Git, that's fine. Just open up the command line on Windows. It will work just fine. And if I actually paste this in, and if I click enter, okay, I'm gonna say no to this. All right, so I will probably like stop the video until this gets installed. I'll get back to you. Okay, so surprisingly it set up everything quickly. So we have these files right over here. We have the vendor, and we have composer.json and composer.log. And if we go ahead and create some kind of index.php file, all right. So if you actually open up this whole thing in VS Code, and I have the project open like already, like here, ready, as you're seeing right over here. If we go to index.php, if we go back to right over here, if we click on getting started, let's click on creating your first file. If you look up over here, it says the following PHP will produce the most basic example with PDF, with impdf, and this will generate a symbol file actually. So if we copy this whole thing, let's go right over here and paste this in, and I will tell you everything about it. I'll explain everything. So basically it says require once. We're actually requiring this will grab the directory of the folder that we're actually in, and it will require the vendor right over here. This is the vendor file, and it should require the autoload.php, which will actually grab this whole thing right over here. It will grab the files inside this folder, so we can actually execute everything that we need from it, like simply like this this new /impdf. So we'll basically extract this class from this folder, so we can actually work with this, with it. So this what basically does, it just requires this auto load, so we can grab this class right over here. All right, so now we're creating just an instance of this class. This is just plain PHP, or this is plain OOB PHP. All right, so PHP is just a way of writing your code, and it's just a concept, you know, if you're not familiar with it, just a concept of writing your own code, and it's actually in several languages. Just don't focus too much on OOB. Just consider this as we're making just an instantiation, so we can actually use it right over here. So we can use these methods right over here, right? And if you look up this method, it will allow us just to write some HTML inside it, and this is what we're gonna do. Like in this mini project, we're just echoing out some HTML right over here as PDF. All right, so we instantiated this class right over here, and we executed this method inside this class, since we got the this instantiation, or since we got this instance, now we can use this method, and we're just echoing out hello world right over here, and we're simply outputting a PDF file in our browser. All right, so this should just produce a simple PDF file when we actually go ahead and reload the page, and it will have hello world inside it. All right, so if we save this whole thing, go up over here, and if we go local host /cv-builder, and if we go ahead and click, it will actually go to the index right away. And as you're seeing right here, we're actually downloading some kind of PDF, and it has the hello world inside it. All right, so this should be pretty simple. We can actually change this maybe to an H1, and we're gonna say this is a symbol header. So if we save this whole thing, just to make sure that we're actually can write write HTML inside it. So if we save this whole thing, go up over here and refresh this. So as you can see right here, we're actually getting a header 1. So yeah, this is basically it for this video. It was just pretty simple to set everything up. So everything is working perfectly, and I will see you in the next video. So now we're back again, and now we can get started with our own project. So if we look up over here, we've grabbed the basic code to write our own to build our own PDF, and we actually need some kind of template for the CV, right? So if you look up over here, I have this file.html, and I have this CSS style.css. So basically the file.html is going to be the template for our own CV. So this is how our CV would look like. Of course, everything is going to be like replaced dynamically, right? And of course we have this simple style.css that's related to this file.html file right over here. All right, and we will grab some kind of form also, so we can do everything dynamically. All right, so if we look up over here, if I open this, and you'll find the code for everything actually in the resources file. So if I want to go up over here, I want to actually keep the form in the index.php, and I want to keep like everything else in some kind of another file, some other PHP file. All right, so if I will paste this right over here. All right, so I will paste this whole thing right over here, and let me copy all of this and cut it. And if I go, maybe I will keep this cv.php. All right, this should be right over here. All right, so, and I will paste the code in and save this whole thing. Okay, so this is basically the form. So if we save this and go right over here and refresh, you can see that we have a simple form. It has the name, address, phone, email, date of birth, and it has the picture, and we have a description and experience and education text areas. So if we look up over here, the code is pretty simple, just a simple form. I grabbed it, and it's of course with Bootstrap, so we have the links right over here, and here is our own form. It's kind of big, but it's pretty simple. It's no different than any other form. All right, so if we look up over here, you can see that we're actually going to process some kind of HTML file, which I told you about, like the file.html, and we also going to process some style.css. So basically we need to grab the code that will actually help us to process those two. So if we go up over here, it will be style and style sheet, CSS and style sheets. So if we go up over here, you can actually see the example using a style sheet, and this will allow us to process our style.css. So if we just grab this whole thing, copy, and if we go up over here, cv.css, .php. So if we go and paste this right over here, and if we go, this is going to be the style sheet, and we will grab it with file get contents when we're gonna grab the style.css. So basically this method will allow us to actually grab to grab the content of another file, what we need right here is style.css. all right, so we are actually gonna just go ahead and open this. This is basically the style of the CV. So if we copy it, go up over here, and we're gonna go style.css, right, and we paste this right over here and save it and close it. And we of course need the file.html. So let me go ahead and open it, and let's copy this whole thing. And if we go, we actually need to go ahead and create some kind of HTML, some kind of variable, and it's going to be HTML. Let's paste this whole thing inside it. So this is going to be rendered dynamically every time we make like a post request to the form. So if we save this whole thing, you can see that we're actually having some kind of error. Yeah, we need to end this with a semicolon. That's fine. So what's gonna go down right now is if we actually go ahead and click on this button right over here, the submit button inside our own form, we need to go ahead and send the request with the dynamic data so we can actually grab this whole thing. And we are gonna make this form that will actually go and process the cv.php file, which we have it over here, that contains our own our whole logic. All right, so if we look at the form, we're going to see action cv.php, which is the file that's going to be processed, and we are going to see method post right over here. And we actually need to we need the multi-part we need the ink type multi-part right over here, and this will allow us to process or to upload an image. And if we go ink type, all right, so we'll grab it from the W3 schools. So we'll grab this line, and without this line our form will not upload an image. So, and if we save it like this, that's totally okay, and the method is going to be post, and it will process the cv.php file as I said. So if you look up over here, it's going to require the auto load, so we can work with this class right over here, and we instantiate it, and now we have the HTML right over here, and now we can grab everything from the request. So if we say actually if I said post submit we need to grab everything from the inputs, and let's grab, well, first of all, let's grab, if we click on this, click on file.html, which is linked to the CSS. If we look up over here, the first thing that we need to grab is the name. All right, and it's right over here. So if we go ahead and get the name, all right, and let's grab another thing so we can actually test this. Maybe we'll grab the address. So if we go address, and we are gonna grab it from the address. All right, and now we can go ahead just and paste them right over here, and it will work fine. So if we go, let's actually like put the name right over here and the title also, and if we go with the name, it's right over here. All right, so the button remove, no, we do not need this actually. Content details, here is the address, and if we go right over here and echo out the address, and if we save this, all right, and if we see right over here, we're grabbing the style.css, and if we look up over here, you can see that we're giving the right HTML the style sheet of the CSS. All right, and these things will parse this CSS, and if we look at the second line right over here, we're giving it the HTML variable that we're actually just inserting out dynamically, and it will parse it, and at the end of it, it will actually echo out this CV. So let's save this whole thing. Let's save everything right over here, and if we go ahead and refresh this, all right, so if we put the name, let's say John Doe, and the address 12 Freedom Street, you know, anything that's weird, just put it out right away. And if we click on create, let's say what's gonna happen. So it's basically uploading the CV, and you can see that we got John Doe right over here, and we got 12 Freedom Street. So it's actually it's looking great. Everything is working perfectly, and you can go ahead, just click on this and download it right away. So let's enter out the rest of the data. Let's echo out the rest of the data. So if we look up over here, we can see that we have, after the address, we have the phone, and we have the email, and we have date of birth. So let's look up over here. We have phone, email, and this whole data is coming from the form, right? And we have date, and after this we're having the image, and the image is gonna look a little different. So we're gonna go pic is equal to files, and the name is pic, and this is going to be like the name for it. And after that, we need the direction, just like inserting any other image. If you did the project, the PHP jewelry project, you're going to know everything right away, because it's pretty similar. And for the dire, we are going to keep it in images slash, and we are going to insert the base name, and we are going to grab the big name, and the last thing for the image is going to be actually move uploaded file, and it's going to grab, well, first of all, we need the file name right here, and we need the destination. So it's going to grab pic, and for the destination, it's going to be dire. All right, so let's not actually do this. Let's go files, and we're gonna go pic. We're gonna go TMP, which stands for temporary. We're gonna go for name. All right, so this is for the temporary file. There's a reason. There's base name unexpected. Yeah, we need this right over here. Maybe we need to concatenate this. Yeah, so it's working now perfectly. And after the image, we need some kind of description right over here. And if you look up everything, it's going to be like in the same order. All right, so we have the description, and we have the experience, and we have the education, and that's going to be it. So let's go for the description. We can look up the index. Excuse me, losing my voice. Equal to post description, and we have lookup over here. We have experience and we have education. Let me just grab them. Experience, and we have education, the last thing. All right, I forgot this right over here. All right, so I'm guessing that everything works perfectly. What we need to do right now is just paste them. So if you look up over here, this is going to be the phone number, so we're gonna go phone, and everything is being echoed out dynamically. And for the email, it's right over here. Email, date of birth, we're gonna go date. After that, we need the image, and we did not actually create the folder just yet for the image, so if we create it, just gonna go images, and here is the source for it. All right, so if we're gonna go images slash pic, we look up over here. All right, so right over here, and maybe we'll echo out the pic at the alternative text. And right over here, we are actually reached to our description, so we will echo out the description right over here. Or maybe I will just grab it. And we can actually set some kind of HTML editor for the description, for the experience, and for the education, but I'm not gonna do that right over here. This is like your homework. You go ahead and do it, okay? All right, so maybe we will like remove this, and we will put it in a paragraph, and we will remove this too. We'll just put it in a paragraph right away, and it's going to be kind of messy, but again, we need some kind of HTML editor, so those last 3 pieces of data will look fine, but I'm not gonna do that right over here. It's pretty simple to integrate some kind of HTML editor, but I'm not gonna do it. You just go ahead and do it by yourself. All right, so we'll look up over here. Let's also remove this. You can customize this however what you like, and I'm gonna go this is going to be education. Let's remove this. Maybe we'll remove this too. Maybe we'll put some kind of HR. Maybe I'll put an HR here too. All right, and we'll put an HR right over here. All right, so I'm guessing they work right now. So if we save this whole thing, we look up over here, refresh this, if we go, maybe name will be Jean Doe, the address, let's see the same address, the phone number, let's enter any kind of phone number, the email, it's going to be any email, the date of birth, and we are gonna grab some kind of pic. Right, so if you look up over here, let's grab some kind of image. What kind of image am I grabbing? So let's take this, that's fine. And if we look up over here, we can grab some text. Those three will look kind of missing. And if we create, let's see what we get. You can see that right over here. You can see right over here we got John Doe, and we got the name over here, we got the address, we got the phone, we got the email, we got the date of birth, and we got the image. So everything is working perfectly except those three right over here. But you can customize this with CSS. I'm just showing you what it's like working with all of these things. So maybe I can, maybe if we go up over here after HR, if I go H3, let's grab, let's say description. The whole purpose of this is just to show you how to deal with this library and how to deal with PHP files with PHP, not to actually teach you design, but I'm not gonna leave it this bad. We go up over here, education, if we save this, so let's look up, let's go back, and if we click on it once more, so I would say that now, I would say that it's a little better. Oh, experience. Should be right here. I would say it's a little better for now. You can customize it however you like, but everything is working dynamically. All right, and the last thing, maybe I will add this. Maybe I will go cv.pdf. Then maybe I will go D right over here. So this will allow us actually to download the PDF file. So if we go once back, if we click on create, you can see that we're not actually going to go to the PDF right away. We're gonna go to this, and I can select it wherever I like, and I can just click save, and it's now saved. It's working perfectly. So yeah, this is how it looks. So yeah, this is it for this video. I hope that it was not boring for you or anything like that. If we recap everything, we basically set up some kind of form, and we give it a bunch of inputs that we need, and we did cv.php right over here, which is the file that's gonna process our own logic. And if we look over here, we required our own library. We required the auto load so we can work with a library. And if we've instantiated a class, the MPDF class right over here, so we can use the methods inside it. And we did our own form submission right here. We checked for it, and we've grabbed every piece of data that we need, and we've we equate out everything in an HTML file, an HTML template that's linked with a style.css right over here. And if we look up right over here, we can say that we got file get contents, which will grab the style.css, which will link it to our design or to our template right over here through those lines. And after that, we're echoing out everything with the output right over here. So yeah, this should be it for this video, and see you in the next projects.